there is good governance, that procedures are followed, and that we make sure that the NLC is led by a board that can take it out of whatever challenges it faces now. So I think my experience over time has, I think, equipped me with the skills to do that job. Thank you.
Are there any follow-ups? Yes, Honorable Tran.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we had indicated that on average, I think if we have to just be consistent going forward, about 5 minutes or so that is what we have for each answer of the question. So I think we need to just inform I think it was done in under 5 minutes, but I think to be fair, that we need to just let the candidates know that this is the time that they would have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Member Chance.
Sorry, Chair, just to suggest that that math doesn't add up. If we got 11 questions, 11 times 5 plus follow-ups. Anyway, yeah. We just got to be sure that we keep the interview within an hour, because we do have follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. I will now move on to Member Musikatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to Ms. Judy Hermans. My question is, based on your understanding, what are the functions of the NLC board? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Motsikatsi. The functions of the NLC board are spelled out in the Act, the National Lotteries Act 57 of 1997 as amended. So all the duties of the board are spelled out in that. So it's about, the board advises the minister on the issuing of the license, which is presently held by Ituba. The board must also ensure that there is compliance. It should administer the fund and hold it in trust. It should regulate and police lotteries, different lotteries in the country. It should also advise, I've made notes because I thought that, so I'm going through the notes that I've made. It should advise the minister on the percentage of money to be allocated, and also on the efficacy of legislation that covers the operations of the National Lotteries Commission. It must also advise the minister on the social development program of the National Lotteries Commission, and also administer and invest money paid to the board. It must also, if the minister has any additional duties.
Apologies, Ms. Hermans. We don't really mind you having made notes for yourself.
Oh, okay.
But in the process of the interview, we are talking to you. So I would like you to request maybe that not much reference to the notes, so that we speak to you, because otherwise everyone can just open the notes and act and this and that, so it defeats the purpose of understanding. Apologies for that.
Okay, thank you. My apologies, members. So also the National Lotteries Commission board also, a lot of their work is to advise the minister on matters pertaining to the functioning of the Lotteries Commission, as this interviews that you are conducting today is also to advise the minister. Then also the board also works with the distribution agency in order to allocate monies to the categories that are defined in the Act, which is charities, arts, culture and heritage, miscellaneous, and then I think the last one is sport. Those are the categories. So that is a very important function of the board because it speaks to what the board is there for, what the National Lotteries Commission is there for in terms of the distributing of money to deserving charities and bodies.
Thank you very much. I see there are two follow-ups. Yes, Member Tambo and Member Langa.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Mr. Hermans. My name is Sinao Tambo. I'm deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Just a quick two follow-ups. So you state that one of the roles is to advise the minister on the issuing of the license that is currently belonging to it too. But I presume you know that the license has been awarded to another entity now. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think I was under the impression that it's still subject to litigation, but you're saying it's been concluded.
It's still subject to litigation. So my
Yes.
second question is related to that. Seeing that one of the roles of the board is to advise the minister on the issuing of the license, do you think the board which awarded that license to the new bidder, which is currently under litigation, was properly advised the minister? In your own perception, just a layman's view, not layman since you have experience in the sector, but in your view, do you think that the minister was advised appropriately by the current board?
Well, I would believe that I think there was quite a credible board that was put in place, led by a credible person. So I'm sure that that the minister received the best advice that they had to give him. But obviously, maybe there were some legal ramifications. I don't know the details of the legal challenge, unfortunately. So I think any committee that advises the minister, you would hope that they would do the best that they can with the information that they have at their disposal. And if material errors were made, they should be able to go back and see where they have failed or where they have misled the minister. If that has happened, it's actually quite serious. But yeah, I think that they would probably have done the best that they could under the circumstances.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to, I'm not sure if it's Miss or Mrs. Sorry? Is it Miss or Mrs.?
It's Mrs.
Oh, okay. Greetings to you, Mrs. Judy Hermanus, right? Hermanus. Okay. My name is Thokozani Langa. I'm deployed by the Inkatha Freedom Party to this committee. Maybe from your response on the view of the functions of the NLC board, I just wanted to check, you know, when you walk into a new environment or new board environment, what would be the, say, 2 or 3 flags, red flags, that you look for that signal potential governance breakdowns or opportunities for corruption, and why those 3? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. I think as a new chair coming into an existing board, the chair should have acquainted themselves with the audit reports, the reports to Parliament, etc., and identified where the risks are. from what from my own research, I've seen that there was underspending in the grant-making section of the NLC, the distributing agency. So I think the board should have a special focus on that, because if you consider that there are so many marginalized communities and charities that depend on that money in order to keep their organizations going. I mean, to have an amount of 957 million not spent in that for grant funding obviously means that there is something seriously wrong in the way that the process that is followed in approving applications. There must be, and I'm sure and I hope that the board has looked and seen where the gaps are, what it is that needs to be done in order to make sure. If you go to the website, for instance, it's quite distressing to see somebody mentioning they haven't seen money since 2017. And I mean, these are organizations that are struggling, you know, so, and some of them will just fall by the wayside if they don't receive the grant funding that they have applied for. I also note that the 150-day target that was set for the approval of grant application was removed from the key performance indicators. So it would be good to, as an incoming chair, to find out why was it that it was too short, because obviously it had a negative impact on the performance indicators of the entity as a whole. I think also something that the new chair should do is to check that the board is functioning as it should. That, you know, so it would be a red flag. Obviously, I don't know how the board is functioning at the moment, to see that the board, everybody has their functions that they must perform on the board, and whether there is harmony and whether they are working as a team to deliver the best results for the entity.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Member 3.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Mrs. Hermans. Chair, the following question is relating to NGOs and NPOs. Given the current proliferation of NPOs and NGOs requesting financial assistance, what approaches would you recommend to support vulnerable communities while balancing the needs of the broader NGO sector, while simultaneously closing the gaps of abuse that we saw in the previous administration? Thank you.
I think that NGOs and NPOs, and I think there are 4 that is mentioned, trusts and also non-profit companies who are recipients under the funds. So I think one of the board functions that's spelled out in the Act is education, public education around the NLC. So I know there is some education taking place per province, you know, to empower NGOs and NPOs in submitting compliant applications. But I think it needs to be broadened so that you make sure that as many NPOs and NGOs and those other categories can have access. Obviously, I think there is a process within that 150 days, hopefully, in which an application is improved, where non-compliant applications are worked with to make sure that they can be brought up to a compliant level where they can be considered for the allocation of a grant. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now afford Member Chance an opportunity to also ask his question.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Hermans. Mrs. Hermans, thank you very much for your appearance today. Toby Chance is my name, representing the Democratic Alliance. My question is as follows. Given the challenges that the NLC has faced in the past few years, which continue to compromise its operations, what mechanisms would you use to ensure that the NLC continues to effectively and efficiently distribute grant funding?
The question is what?
What mechanisms would you use to ensure that the NLC continues to effectively and efficiently distributes grant funding?
Okay. Yeah, I think the Audit and Risk Committee of the NLC, and I think they also have an internal audit process. So for me, the work that is done by that committee of the board is critical, because it is there that you will find out what is it that is not being done, where there's a gap for wrongdoing, etc. And obviously that means that the board needs to have a constant review of the work of the Audit and Risk and Internal Audit Committee as it pertains to the distributing agencies.
Yes, Honourable Chance. Thank you.
Ms. Hermans, when you were the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, what actions, if any, did you take to investigate the allegations of corruption that were taking place at the NLC? And do you believe that those investigations were successful, if so?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chance, for that question. As the Portfolio Committee Chair, the NLC was one of the entities that we tried every quarter to visit because of the problems that the NLC was experiencing at the time. We also, as a portfolio committee, attached an element of visiting projects that have received funds when we do visits, oversight visits, to see what it is that you find on the ground. And I mean, it was very unequal, and it also highlighted problems that was prevalent at the NLC. So we went to a project in Limpopo and couldn't find where this project was that received money, etc. So I think that was a sort of intervention that we've made. And then also the SIU work, the work done by the SIU, and I think we ended off our term as this portfolio committee in getting a detailed report from the NPA and the SIU on what it was that they had found, and also the remedies that they were applying. So I think we did, as a committee at that time, we did prioritize the NLC and the malfeasance and corruption that was taking place there at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, Member Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll shoot straight to the question. How would you then guarantee equitable, needs-based distribution of funds and ensure that rural and marginalized communities receive fair support? Thank you, Chair.
The first part of that question, how?
How would you guarantee,
Guarantee.
equitable and needs-based distribution of funds and ensure that the rural and marginalized communities receive fair support? Thank you, Chair.
I think at the moment, if you look at the distribution, I think that the three economically strong provinces in the country are receiving a lot of the funds of the NLC, which is Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. We also see, of course, that Limpopo also has a big portion of the funds, probably because the before last chair came from that province. And I think that work must be done by the NLC. If you look at what the Northern Cape, their portion at the Northern Cape, I think it's like 2.3% or something like that of projects that they enjoy. So obviously, I think the onus is upon the board to make sure that in rural provinces there is a concerted effort to be made together with the provincial officers to popularize, to let people know what is available, how they must apply, what it is they must do to be compliant. So it is up to the NLC also looking at what the Act says in terms of public education to have a specific focus on those provinces to make sure that you increase their percentage of the pot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now afford Honorable Tambo an opportunity to ask a question.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Simmons. So the board is required to advise the minister on a number of issues in accordance with the National Lotteries Act. Which ones would you say are the most strategic issues that the board should ensure that they advise the minister on? There's a number of them, on the licensing, on the grant funding, and all sorts of things. But which ones do you think are most strategic?
I think a very strategic one, and for me, maybe just given my background of community activism, I think is the percentage spend on the various lines, items that money is spent on, allocation of monies, so that we make sure that the National Lotteries Commission uses that financial clout that they have to benefit communities and charities that serves our communities. I think for me that's a very important it's a very important one, and I'm not quite sure, I haven't heard or seen in any of the reports what it is that the board is saying to the minister in that regard, or whether whatever was decided at the time is just, in 1997, is just what it is, and it's never been challenged.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up.
Okay, I've got maybe a two-pronged follow-up, or three-pronged. So I'd like to know, what is your understanding of Section 13 of the National Lotteries Act as it relates to the awarding of the license to political office bearers? And I'm asking this because I want you to perhaps give us your interpretation, because we've had this debate in the committee before about what constitutes a political office bearer and whether the Act in its current form is deficient because it doesn't cater to the fact that there can be intermediaries who can operate in the role of a political office bearer to avoid violation of the Act. Now, I'm sure you understand the context within which I'm asking this. It's related to the litigation that we spoke about earlier. So I want you to give us your interpretation of that act, whether you consider there to be deficiencies in that act in its current form, and whether you don't think, should we appoint you as a board member, you've given us your history as a former provincial secretary of the ANC, a deployee of the ANC here in Parliament, a whip, a chair of this very committee, whether you don't think, considering what your interpretation of that act is, whether you think there's constitutional deficiencies or not, do you not think your appointment as a board chairperson will cast further doubt into that process? Because whatever comes out of that litigation process, whether it's reviewed or not, you're going to have to further advise the minister on what steps to take. Do you not think there'll be a conflict that arises out of your political party membership? So I think, I hope I was able to squeeze that
Yeah,
far
it's
up
a
into
very
one
long
thing.
question, Member Tambo.
Thank
Let's
you,
be
Chair.
fair. Let's ask just follow-up question based on the rules that we've agreed. It's a very long question. Let me offer you an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Tambo. I don't know enough. I'm just being honest about the actual litigation, but I would assume that a political office bearer is defined, and I'm not quite sure you're referring to like somebody sort of fronting for somebody who holds a political position, but I'm sure the law will express itself on that. I don't know enough about that. Also, in terms of my, I don't hold any political position at this time. I am still a member of the ANC, as all of us are members of political parties, but I don't hold any leadership position anywhere. So I'm hoping that I will be considered to be impartial and not trying to change or to subvert what is good for the NLC because of my political affiliation. But I want to be upfront about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Tren.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just would like Mrs. Hermans to clarify when she says she does not hold any leadership positions anywhere. Do you hold positions on other boards, for example? And I know that that's not necessarily aligned to your political party, but when you say you don't hold any other positions, what is excluded and what is included in that?
Everything, thank you, Honourable Thring. Everything is included there. I don't hold any position on any board at the moment. I'm just doing community work in my area where I live and in my province, but I don't hold any position anywhere. Thank you.
Honorable Chance and Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Chair. In your view, and according to the Act, is there any prescription in the Act that says that an NLC chair must take instructions from a political party? And what is your view around the relationship of the role that you would be playing and that of a political party?
I've been through the Act. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I've been through the Act. I don't see any prescription in terms of that. But obviously, as a board, it would be very wrong and very questionable to be handled from somewhere, because I think that's what it boils down to, either by a lobby group or a political party. It would be, I think, a removable offence for the chair to do that.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Hermans, just as a follow-up to Honourable Thring's question, according to your CV, you're currently the chairperson of the National Development Agency and a board member of the South African Biodiversity Institute. Is that CV now out of date?
Does it say till presently?
It says April 2016 to present and October
Oh,
2018
okay,
to
that's a
present.
typo. My humblest apologies, hence your question, Honourable Thring. But obviously, when I came to Parliament, I had to resign from both of those boards because it would have been
So
in
you're
conflict.
saying that you actually resigned from 2021?
From 2019.
from 2019?
Yes,
Okay, so you're,
both boards.
so that's your CV is like 6 years out of date.
Yeah, my apologies, that's an error.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now afford Honorable Mdluli the opportunity.
Thanks, Chair. It's Mr. Mlondi Mdluli from the DA. Thank you, Mrs. Hermans. So the Act has given the Minister, the Board, or the Commission the powers to initiate a research to determine the granting of funds for worthy good causes without an application process. This has previously been the source of corruption and maladministration that has been investigated by the SIU. In light of this, what measures would you implement as the chairperson of the board to ensure that the process is fair, transparent, accountable, and ethically sound, while still supporting community development?
The board, or not the board, the NLC is linked, I think, to SARS, to social development, and CIPC, to make sure that whoever is applying qualifies. So if the board is handpicking, then that would have to be dealt with, handpicking from the applications that come in. Because every organization within South Africa who is compliant in terms of SARS and of course the CIPC, they are entitled to, but they are entitled to apply, but if there's any handpicking or favoring of NGOs and NPOs to receive those funds, that would be problematic. And I think the Audit and Risk Committee and internal audit of the board, as a committee of the board, should pick up on those irregularities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now afford Honorable Khoza the opportunity to also ask a question.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Mrs. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks also to Mrs. Hermans. My question goes as follows. What measures will you propose to ensure that the NLC is effectively overseeing that grant funding for project is used for the intended purposes and has the desired impact on the surrounding communities? If non-compliance or underperformance within any project are identified, what corrective and punitive action should be introduced, implemented or strengthened to address this? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Khoza. I think the NLC has instituted I don't know if you can call it a committee, but there is a body within the board that looks, or in the board or management that looks at projects. I think it came out of the investigations done by the SIU, where they are actually checking and following up. I think they were in one of the presentations, last presentations that they made to the committee of the previous administration, was that they were looking at various ways. Obviously, they can't go to every project, but they were looking at ways of reaching as many projects, because they were even speaking about the using of drones to see, is there construction where there's supposed to be construction, but there is work that's being done by the NLC in that regard. I don't know how effective, I haven't seen the reports that have come, but I think it should be strengthened because I think that leads to corruption if there is no oversight over whether a project is actually there on the ground and whether the NPO is there and is functioning. So I know there is processes within the NLC to follow up on projects, but it should be strengthened, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to follow up?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a prompt follow-up from what have been presented. You have a history of practicing oversight for the National Lottery Commission as a member of Parliament. Do you think you did that effectively during your tenure as the chair of the portfolio of trade, industry and competition? And just briefly, perhaps give us a case study considering the rampant corruption identified by institutions such as SIU. How you, as the chairperson, combated corruption as the national, at the National Lottery? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. You'll be next after she answered, so that we don't pile her with questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Koza. I think, you know, because we linked our visit to projects to our oversight visits. So, I mean, that would happen, say, 3 times a year. That is not enough. I think where there has been problems, like we have seen with the National Lotteries Commission, there should be more oversight by the committee in order to make sure that we identify where there are problems. So what happened in our linking our oversight visit to visiting projects? So it ended up with us just reporting to the committee and to Parliament on what it is that we found. But obviously more can be done by the committee. But, you know, there are constraints on Parliament's programs, but I think it should be strengthened by there should be a strengthening of that by the PC. So I don't know whether you honourable members have been visiting projects of the NLC, you know, but it should be done regularly. And of course, supporting the work of the SIU and making sure that you walk the path of remediation with the board and the management of NLC.
Thank you very much. Member Langa, very briefly.
When it comes to me, it's always briefly.
No, with everyone, follow-ups must be brief. Otherwise, you will struggle to deal with the business of today if we ask question haphazard other than the guidance that we have. I'm just trying to make sure that...
Chair.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hermans, mine will be just a follow-up on your response, because I'd like to thank Honorable Koza. What he was trying to find out from your response is maybe your experience, you know, in also overseeing large budgets or public fines, you know. So then my question will be, can you share or maybe briefly describe your experience in overseeing large budgets or public fines, and explain how you ensure rigorous financial controls at the NLC? Thank you, Chair.
I think thank you very much, Honourable Langer. I think when I was chair of the National Development Agency, even though their budget was not very big, you know, if you look at an entity like the NLC, but obviously the functioning of the board committees is very critical. so that we don't wait until the end of a quarter to assess if there are any challenges. So I don't have, as I say, I don't have experience of dealing with a large budget because obviously as Parliament, we just did oversight over those organizations and of course gave input. But I think having a rigorous audit and risk committee and internal audit would raise the red flags timeously if the board agenda is aligned with the strategic objectives of good governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now afford Honorable Hlazo Webster an opportunity to ask the question.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mrs. Hermans. My name is Nobunto Hlazo Webster. My question really relates to governance at the NLC. I'm sure you'll be aware that there have been a number of governance vulnerabilities that have taken place, some around grants manipulation, some institutional within the institution itself. What would you say is the single biggest governance vulnerability in the NLC? And what would be your approach, or what would be your leadership approach in addressing that?
I think for me, thank you, Honourable Webster. I think for me the biggest vulnerability is to do with grant funding. Because if you look at the budget that they have and the way that people, staff members, I don't know if the board was involved, had managed to manipulate that process. So for me, that is the biggest red flag because it speaks to delivering to marginalized communities. And if there is a gap, there must be a way that the board can regularly review how far is the distribution agency? What are the challenges? Are there any red flags? Is anybody trying to circumvent the processes? Because for me, that mandate that they have of serving communities is critical. I think in terms of governance, the board, from what I can see, and if you look at the improvement in the audit outcomes, at the moment they have an unqualified audit. They come from qualified audit with material findings. You know, I think there is an effort that is being made by the board to improve governance, but obviously more needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there's a quick follow-up. Yes.
Yes. The question is around have you had experience in the past where you had resistance, institutional resistance, because the issue sometimes isn't about competence and dealing with these issues, it's about institutional resistance. And how have you dealt with that? If you had either political or institutional resistance to changing or situations or to changing the issues or the challenges within an institution?
I think when I was at the NDA, we had challenges around also funding projects. But obviously, as I said, it was a much smaller budget that was being dealt with. But the board managed to change the way the board was functioning. When I was chair, we went out of the boardroom and we each had a province that we had to monitor and make sure that what they say is there, that we see it with our own eyes, we pick up what the problems are. For instance, there was funding to a chicken farm, but when we got there, we found that they had a problem with water, etc. So I think for the board to get out of the boardroom, to be on the ground, to listen to the people, you know, because you will hear, people will tell you, if you go to any province and you speak about NLC, why are you only hearing the negative things, you know? So I think getting the board out of the boardroom, if possible, I think would be a great intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simons. And then we'll now move to Member Honorable Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question to you, Mrs. Hermans, will be considering the responsibilities of the role as an NLC board chair. Can you share some examples from your past experience where you were required to make complex, unpopular, or tough decisions? Please elaborate on how you approached the decision-making process and managed the competing interests in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. I have not, as a chair of a board, experienced that type of negative behavior from board members. But when I was a board member at SANBI, which is the South African National Biodiversity Institute, you know, we were able to, as a board, work together to make sure that we had problems with the CEO and the way operations were proceeding there. At the NDA, we also had problems with labor issues, but as a chair of the board of NDA and as a board member of SANBI, we were able to, under the direction of the SANBI board, and of course as NDA with the CEO, we managed to pull together as a board, because I think it's very important for a board chair to be able to face challenges head on, to be brave and take decisions that might not be popular with the board, but convince others that it is the right thing to do, but you have to be brave to do that. But I don't have actual experience with a very big board that had those challenges. But I am sure that given my history, I will be able to rise to the challenge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Honorable Dr. Gigaba.
Thank you, Chair. My question will, in a way, follow up from the question that Honorable Hlazo Webster asked, which looked at governance in the NLC. And I would like to understand, because good corporate governance is an important element in building a capable and ethical public sector. Now, in your role as chair of the board, what steps would you then initiate to ensure that the NLC adheres to good governance standards and creates trust, public trust in itself as an institution, especially from the point of view of the public and the intended beneficiaries of the organization?
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Gigaba. Good governance speaks to ethical leadership, effective and direct focus on the strategic objectives of the organization. Also, good communication, good and fair communication, so that you don't get into a situation where some members have some information and others will discover when they get to the board meeting that, you know, they haven't been shared with that information. Also, to make sure that the subcommittees of the board, obviously for good governance, we also need to make sure that the committee is actually, the board is working together as a unit, that everybody is functioning. So I think as a chair, you also need to have an interpersonal relationship with board members so that you understand what their strengths are and what it is that they need support on. So I think the board must do a review of their performance regularly to see where it is that they are failing and to make sure that there is a plan to develop board members so that they perform better in their portfolios that they are managing in terms of the functioning of the board. And also, I think that there should be, and I haven't heard anything about that as far as the NLC is concerned, that there is some measure of succession planning, because within 5 years you cannot do everything. You can do your best, but 5 years is a short time in terms of an organization's life. I'm not quite sure if I answered your question.
Thank you very much. And the last question will come from myself. As you know, that as a result of these ongoing investigations by SIU, the South African police, and all those things have overshadowed the work of the NLC and infringe on its reputation, despite some of the positive advances that have been made by NLC. What strategies would you propose to implement to restore the reputational damage that has been done to the brand NLC? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. Yeah, I think the NLC does need to do a serious reputational overhaul, have a serious plan to overhaul so that the brand is not looked at by the greater South African public in such a negative way. So the only way to do that is to be as transparent as possible. South Africa must know what it is that the board is doing to remedy malfeasance and corruptions. We need to know as South Africans. And I think linked to a roadshow in provinces, the board should go out and speak to South Africa so that they know that they are on, their plan is to improve how the public purse is being used at the NLC and what plans are in place. Because it's only by speaking to the greater public, by reaching out to them, that you can convince them to have a more positive view of the NLC as an organization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes remaining. Honorable Tambo.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Hermans. Part of the reputational challenges faced by the National Lottery is the fact that the draws are no longer live for the lotto. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. Yes, part of the reputational challenges are that. How would you combat that? Would you revert back to the old model that was being utilized, or would you continue with the with the current model? And the second part is that what are your thoughts on advertising? Sorry, Chair, I know I'm eating too much into your time. What are your thoughts on advertising of activities such as gambling, which are related to the National Lottery as well? Do you think it's conducive for activities of that nature to be advertised and marketed in the manner that they are now? And what do you think that does for the reputation of the National Lottery? Thank you.
Very briefly.
Okay. Sorry, thank you, Honorable Tambo. I was not aware that the draws are not live. You know, we watch paid TV and not TV 1, 2, and 3, so I was not aware of that. And I would like to know, I mean, from the NLC, why it is not live, because really it will raise questions in people's minds. But I think the new chair should really look at that and see why not, because I can't think what advantage there can be of not doing the draw live, whereas for years it was done live. And the advertising of gambling, your question, there is a gambling board. I'm not quite sure what the policy of the National Gambling Board says about advertising, because obviously you don't want to encourage people to gamble and to beyond their means, you know. So I'm not quite sure, Chair, I'm not quite sure what the National Gambling Act says about that.
Thank you very much. We have effectively run out of time. Remember, in the interest of fairness, you know, once you give 1 more minute, it will be as if, that's why I'm trying to limit even the number of questions. My apologies for that. Would you want to say something in conclusion, because we are done? Very briefly.
Thank you very much, Chair and honourable members. Let me once again thank you for this opportunity to be interviewed by your good selves. I know that the National Lotteries Commission is a very challenging organization at this point in time. I think they are on an upward trajectory in terms of governance, and that I think a strong chairperson who is not afraid to stand on what is right will take the organization forward. We know that they are moving forward, but that needs to be sped up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We couldn't go past. I also wanted to ask the last question, but I will have to restrain. Thank you very much. Good luck. You will hear from us as soon as we've explained the processes. Thank you very much. Colleagues, while we're still sorting ourselves out, I really want to appeal, without restraining you, that as and when we ask the follow-up questions and this and that, we do so within the confines of the document that is before us, because it will help us objectively to measure the same thing. Otherwise, we run the risk. We are tempted to be all over, and then we run the risk, I'll give it to you now, we run the risk of measuring different things, and when we tally things, I really want to just raise that appeal. Yes, Member Tran?
Chair, just on that, I would like the members to know also that I've added to my question, which says, while simultaneously closing the gaps of abuse seen in the previous administration. So just so that we are consistent as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It will really help us. I know it's tempting, we want to probe more, but we are limited because we have to measure apples with apples. Otherwise, once we have all these other questions, they are very important, but they will not help us to get to where we're going. And we're also trying to make sure that even in terms of the time, we limit to 1 minute. Andre, before you leave, have you advised members on the scoring, they score and then they submit to do they write their names or what happens so that we, if you can just outline that process so that we are not,
Chair, previously we indicated to members that we'll give each member a scorecard, and at the end of the process, we will probably, members either deliberate or when, after that process, we'll take hold of those scorecards so that we know how members, each member score.
so after the candidate is done and then you tick, 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 and then you submit. Is that an understanding? Yes, Member Webster?
Short technical question. The weighting, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't tally with the 100 at the end. Is it a separate process? That is here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is at the end, which is the out of 15, 40, 45 to 100. It's a separate process, right?
It is a oh, sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Separate process. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
tally.
Yes, it doesn't have to tally members, but we will discuss it when we're doing the discussion of the scores tomorrow. Like we said earlier, that we're gonna discuss the scoring sheet. Thank you.
Yes, Member Mluli and then Member Tring.
So do we fill that part in or would we leave it blank for now? Okay, sure, thanks.
Sorry, what do we leave blank? There's two ways in which you score here. There's the one with percentages. The first is 15, followed by 40, followed by another, where's this other 40?
5. The last one is 5. 50, 40, 45.
Yeah, 40, 45. Yeah, 40, and then
5 is
on leadership, the last one is 5. That gives you 100. So the weighting, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is 1 excellent or bad in that sequence, or 5. Did you clarify that?
Hi, honourable members and Chair, we didn't go through that this morning when we discussed, but that's how the weighting will go. For example, in each, next to each question, there's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where your score is, and on top of here, of the scorecard, each of the questions is under a bigger heading, right? When you are done with the questions under that, under general, for example, under general there's one question, right? Based on the outcome of that question, you will then score the candidate. At the back, there's a final score there. That's where you fill in. Similar to the next set of questions, which are technical questions. There are questions that are technical under the technical section. When you are done scoring, then at the back, there's the technical out of 40.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's understood, Chair.
Yeah, if there's confusion, we can always, when we discuss, we can always, the important thing is that everything equal should be 100.
Chair, I'm still confused. If you look at the weighting, for example, for the first one, which is under general, it's out of 15, but the weighting is 5. So do you score out of 15, and then, like, how does that work? Because I'm looking at, it says here A, general, and it's just one question, and that's out of 15, the total.
Yes, Member Chance?
It seems to me that you just have to take a percentage, basically. You're adding up the percentage that is referenced in the 1 to 5. So, for example, if in question A, you rated a 3, that is 50%, or 60% actually. So that means you give it between 7 and 8 out of 15 on the percentage. That's how it should work.
Now, members will help. Don't worry, the team is going to deal with that confusion. Member Langa, you should be the last, because when, yeah.
Yes, Chair. Still on the confusion part as well. I couldn't really, I had to scribble on the side and not use the actual scorecard. So I wanted to check if then maybe, Chair, because Chair had said after the candidate, then you need to submit the scorecard. Can I maybe request then that maybe after we submit all the scorecards when we finished with the interviews?
I don't know. I also still need mine. So I
We
don't know.
will, I think what will be safe is to give the scorecards to us after the process is completed. If you require a new scorecard, you can just indicate to us. We will give you a clean one for the candidate that you may not have a clean scorecard. So, but let us complete the process and then we will collect the scorecards from members.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, objectively, let's just score so that we don't caucus each other and then send it to the team and then they'll balance the numbers out. Do we write our names or we don't write our names?
You write the name of the candidate on top, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Can I have a pen? Okay.
And your name.
And your name, okay. Are we ready with candidate number 2? Just 5 minutes, just to make sure that everyone does their work.
Even though 3 out of 5 is 2/3, it's actually, because there's no naught, it's actually 50%.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So hungry.
Halfway between 1 and 5.
Yeah.
Didn't you have any? You had some breakfast.
Oh,
You should have some more.
cereal and fruit.
There must be another thing out there.
I'm gonna go look because I really am hungry. You don't think straight when you're hungry. You don't think straight when
No,
you're
you've got
hungry.
to have some.
I might even be a bit hard on candidates.
Are we all ready? Do we have the second scorecard? Dumela DDG? I don't see you look very young today. I don't see you. You are all welcome, PLO and TTIC and other guests that are here.
Shall I
Yes, we can call the next candidate. Thank you very much, Ms. Musing Mpo. I hope I pronounce you correctly. Thank you very much. You are welcome to this interview process for the chairperson of the board of the National Lotteries Commission. On my right are members of the portfolio committee, consisting of different political parties in parliament. I'm the chairperson. We have the secretariat that is helping us to deal with the issue. You are welcome. You are amongst the 6 candidates that were shortlisted through the process, as you have seen it unfolding. We are now at the stage where we are dealing with interviews. There's just one issue that I need to bring to your attention, that the process of vetting and checking academic qualification and all that is currently underway through our normal channels. It is not complete. So whatever we do here still hinges on the outcome of that, but we did not want to further delay the process. So I just thought I must clarify so that if there are delays in communication, you understand that in context. We will be asking you questions for the next hour. But if we answer as quickly, it can be less, but it cannot be more than 1 hour, 1 minute. So we're monitoring that so that the process is fair. We have a set of guidelines, questions which members are going to ask, and then members will from time to time do follow-ups, but follow-ups will always be linked to the question that has been asked so that we are not confused about what we are asking. I will now invite Honorable Mkutu to ask the first question.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, just before that question, apologies. We've also afforded the first candidate an opportunity just to give us a quick, brief introduction of yourself so that we can allow them the first question. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members, and good morning, Chairperson and the Secretariat. My name is Mpomo Singh, and a little background of me. I think my legislative background started as in the Department of Trade and Industry, and where I was responsible for regulated industries, lotteries, gambling, and liquor industries. And I have served chair in different boards, SADPMR, SDT, and recently I was involved in the liquor inquiry, committee inquiry looking at fraud in the Gauteng Liquor Board. So, Chair, in a nutshell, that's me.
Thank you very much. I will now afford Honorable Mkutu to ask the first question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, the background part might have answered the first part of my question. But if you wish to, again, elaborate on your professional background, you can do so. But the second part of the question is, how do you think then that your professional background, competencies are essential for a chairperson of the board of a public entity to effectively fulfill their mandate? So how do you think that your professional background and the leadership qualities and competencies that you have acquired over time can help an entity like the NLC to achieve its mandate and your mandate as the board chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think as I had already indicated in my intro, that I do have experience in lotteries. I was one of the employees at DTI that dealt with the policy in lotteries and the current legislation as it is now. And I believe that from the boards that I've served in, I have learned the ethical, the legal, as well as the financial requirements that are required for leading an LC, a regulator like NLC. And I've got 20 years experience in corporate governance as well as legal expertise. And I have served in SDT as the Audit and Risk Committee member, leading a multidisciplinary board through compliance challenges as well as performance. So I believe that that experience allows me to be the chairperson of NLC. I think lastly, just to mention that one of my other experiences was working in the Gauteng Liquor Board, where I found a number of audit findings, repeat audit findings, and my strategy in dealing with that was to turn the audit findings into actionable performance KPIs to ensure that we improve the audit report of the GLB. So I believe that experience and that exposure, legal exposure as well as governance exposure, gives me that. I mean, I have, it's legal, it's policy, it's governance, as well as a transformation, which I believe are the three pillars that would assist a regulator like NLC. Thank you.
Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nao Tambo. I'm a member of the committee. A quick one. You said you were, in your past experience with the department and the NLC, you were part and parcel of crafting some of the legislation. Would you perhaps advise us which legislation in particular?
Sorry about that. Thank you for the question. It was the National Lotteries Act, the Gambling Act. I think during my tenure there, the key legislation that we brought to Parliament, to the very same committee, was the Gambling Amendment Act, where we're introducing online gambling. And yes, those are my key experience in the area of gambling and lotteries.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Musikatsi to ask the next follow-up question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Musi. Based on your understanding, what are the functions of the NLC board?
Thanks. Thank you so much for the question. The functions of the NLC board, one is to regulate the lotteries operator, aligned to the Act as well as the conditions that are put in place in as far as the agreement of running lotteries is concerned. And it's to also regulate sport pools in South Africa. And NLC is responsible for NLDTF, which is a fund that is used to beneficiate in South Africa for national building and for projects, social projects that uplift our communities. And those are the key functions. They operate based on the different distribution agencies in charities, arts and culture, sports, and the other one that is now called all-purpose category, and funds are distributed based on that. And that is the key function. I think the other thing is to ensure that monies that come in from from the sales tickets of lotteries are also utilized specifically for that national building in our communities, and those projects that are deserving to be funded to address and redress social ills in South Africa.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Train. Oh, sorry, Honorable Langa. I missed your hand, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And Greetings to you, Ms. Mpoma Singh. My name is Togozani Ilanga. I'm also a member of the committee. Yeah? I just wanted to check. You seem to have some experience, you know, in particular in the board, at the board level. So, when you walk into a board environment, what will be the 2 or 3 red flags that you look for that signal potential governance breakdowns or opportunities for corruption, and why those 2 or 3 red flags? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think the lack of board charters, the lack of tools and instruments that are linked to corporate governance, the lack of control measures, financial control measures, and lack of professionalism and ability to really take action and execute the mandate that is required, and being able to take those decisions timeously. I think those would be the red flags for me working in a board. If those instruments are not in place, then it means governance will fail. And financial instruments, if are not there, and financial measures and controls, if they're not there, then it means funds are distributed in ways that do not really follow the policies that are required to be in the NLC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Ms. Musing. Wayne Tring, member of the committee. The question is, given the current proliferation of NGOs and NPOs and other groups requesting financial assistance, what approaches would you recommend to support vulnerable communities while simultaneously balancing the needs of the broader NGO sector and closing the gaps of abuse that we have seen in the previous administration? Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me start with the abuse that we've seen in the NLC. I think one of the key challenges from what I've seen is that the processes in the NLC is that applications come in. Once applications come in, you have a adjudication committee that sits and adjudicates on that. And then you have what they call a verification team, an internal team that goes out to do their due diligence on the applications that have been received. Once that is done and processed, then it triggers the approval of the board. I think that's where the challenges are, in a sense that there's limited verification by the board itself. The board relies solely on the reports that come from management, and there's no way where the board can verify that particular information. So whatever that comes in is what you have to approve, because there's no verification. So for me, I believe that there's a need to include between the stage of due diligence and the stage of board approval, there should be verification by the board itself, where the board would have to look, for instance, at the reports that are coming from the Tutuka system that was introduced, to assess if there are any duplicates, if there's been changes of banking accounts in the system, and ensure that we can, we can have early detection of these fictitious applications as well as hijacked NPOs. I think that's one of the ways to deal with it. And I know the committee will ask me, but is that not duplication of duties? I think it's not duplication from the level of the board. It would be specific and the terms of reference would be there to say what that committee would have to address. And when we look at statistical analysis and whatever reports that we draw from the system, they are able to give you that information. And if the board can take at least 30% of these applications and do random verifications on them, then it would close the gap of, I believe it would close the gap on the abuse that has been seen. And I think the other approach is to monitor the finances through banking accounts, that if you have been offered or been approved a grant, that just like SARS does, every 2 months, if you are a business, you must submit your banking accounts, and there's a need for verification of where the funds went and what did they do. So that would allow the NLC to be able to assess where the funds have gone and if they've been used for the actual purpose that they were granted for. So that's me on that question, in trying to address that question.
Thank you very much. I will now offer the opportunity to Honorable Chance to take us through.
Thank you, Ms. Mosing. I'm Toby Chance, representing the Democratic Alliance. The NLC has a broad mandate. Sorry, apologies. Into the challenges that the NLC has faced in the past few years, which continue to compromise its operations, what mechanisms would you put into place to ensure that the NLC continues to effectively and efficiently distribute grant funding?
Thank you, Honorable Chance. I think I've just a little bit touched on it when I was responding to the last question. But I think further to that is ensuring that I looked at the annual report of the NLC, and they have repeat audit findings that have not been addressed as yet. I think one of the key things is to turn those audit findings into really deliverables for management, so that we have our fingers on the pulse as far as that is concerned, and then we can improve the audit report. I think also is the issue of, as I said earlier, the issue of looking at the system itself and being able to use the reports that are from the system, the Tutuka system, the application system, to look at as I said earlier, banking details that might change, and also to link the processes that NLC has with the processes of DSD. Because one of the key things is that for an NGO or an NPO to change their banking details, they have to talk to DSD, put in compliance requirements that are required that side. And if we can link those processes and be able to link processes of NLC, SARS, and so on, it would assist the NLC in addressing these kind of issues and the challenges. And I still want to repeat, Honorable Chance, that I believe that the verification committee at the level of the board with random verifications would really assist, because I had I think it was last week, the current chairperson was interviewed, and he indicated that there's a report now that states that money have been redirected wherever they were redirected, which essentially says, although there is this SIU investigation internally, these things are still this fraud, malfeasance, and corruption still continues. I think that would be one of the ways to outroot that attitude and conduct in the NLC.
Thank you very much. I will now afford Honorable Tambo the opportunity to also ask his question.
Thank you very much, and hello again. So the board is required to advise the minister on a number of matters as prescribed by the Lotteries Act, whether it's allocation of funding, issuing of licensing to sport, or issuing of funding to sports or recreational activities and the likes. Which one of these do you think, which one of those mandates do you think in an advisory capacity from the board are most strategic to ensure that the NLC is functional and operational and ethical?
Through you, Chair, can I ask that the honourable member repeats the question again? I don't think I got it right.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. So I'm asking, the board is required to advise the minister on a number of matters as prescribed by the Act. Which of these matters do you think are most strategic, whether it's on the issuing of the license, whether it's on allocation of funding for recreational activities such as sports or grant funding? Which of those do you think are most strategic and why in terms of the advisory capacity of the board?
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think all of them are really strategic. There's not a single one that you can choose and say this one is not strategic. Ensuring that funds received by or beneficiated to NGOs that really need those funds, it's a key strategy. Ensuring that there's financial health, financial stability in NLC. Ensuring that corporate governances and tools that we utilize in NLC are in place. It's a key strategic. Without that, it means we're going to fail in as far as governance is concerned. So for me, I believe that it's all encompassing. There isn't one that you can put aside and say, this is a smallanyana one. Really, we can address it because it might be small when you look at it, but the impact of it for not addressing it might be huge in the NLC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a follow-up question.
No, thank you. Just briefly, you said you were part and parcel of the legislative crafting process of the National Lotteries Act, right? So I want to ask you quickly, do you not think perhaps you failed to foresee a constitutional deficiency in Section 13(2)(b) and IV particularly, which speaks to political office bearers not being allowed to bid for the National Lotteries license? Because I'd want to ask you in connection to that follow-up as well, do you not think that deficiency allows for political office bearers to use intermediaries to apply for the lotteries license and ultimately undermine what is intended by the National Lotteries Act?
That's a really good one. Look, I believe that as NLC, once you commence with the process of, for instance, appointing an operator in the NLC, checks and balances have to be attended to. Probity has to be done. Verifications have to be done, and audits as to whether or not technical skills and financial skills are there, they have to be done. So office bearers are office bearers. I believe office bearers should not really be allowed to be in agencies like regulators because of political influence, because I would assume an office bearer would have political influence that they would want to put in there. And NLC is not about politics, if I can put it that way. It's about beneficiating, making sure that we redress the past, the inequalities of the past. We develop our communities. So I don't believe that office bearers should have any link really to the NLC, mainly because of the functions that they perform, mainly because of what NLC really is intended to be.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo.
No, I think
Let's-
maybe she's answered partly. I was interested in the part of whether she thinks the Act in its current form is sufficient to stop people using intermediaries to subvert it.
No, Member Tambo, we are avoiding dialogue, so we're managing time.
No, I can understand that, but if a question is not answered, Chair, what do we do? Because that was the key part of the question. whether she thinks there isn't a deficiency in the Act which allows for political office bearers to use intermediaries. And how would you advise the minister in a context like that? So if a political
Yeah,
office bearer
that's a last
exists-
question. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Just give her a chance.
Okay, so I think I've answered the question that they should not be allowed really in any matters that deal with the NLC. So if the legislation currently allows for that, then there's a need really to look at the amending the legislation, mainly, as I said, because of the intended objectives of the NLC.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite Honorable Mdluli.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Musing. My question is, the Lotteries Act has given the minister, the board, or the commission the power to initiate research to determine the granting of funds for worthy causes without an application process. This has previously been the source of corruption and maladministration that has been investigated by the SIU. In light of this, what measures would you implement as the chairperson of the board to ensure that the process is fair, transparent, accountable, and ethically sound while still supporting community development?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Honorable Mdluli. I think this question will link to the two questions that I've already answered. I think one is to ensure that governance, corporate governance is there, is in place, is applied. And secondly is to implement the whistleblower mechanisms framework and legal framework and ensure that it is implemented. Because I believe that whistleblowers are the conscience of any entity and any institution that deals with large sums of money like the NLC. Also, I believe it's also the implementation of processes that are in place, policies that are there, ensuring that the policies that the board has approved are clear on the mandate, are clear on processes, on SOPs and procedures, so that because the board is an oversight structure, it doesn't deal with the day-to-day running of the institution. So you want to ensure that policies and processes and procedures that you've put in place when you come to evaluate them and assess if they've been followed, that they are very clear. I think the other last thing is for the board to ensure that delegation is not over-delegated, because over-delegation in my legislative experience, it leads to lack of accountability, because you've delegated all the powers, and it becomes difficult at the end of the day to say who is accountable for this due to that delegation. So I think those are the things that I would initiate and put in place to address that issue.
Honorable Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to follow up, Ms. Musing, on your response. Given the reforms and the increased public scrutiny on the National Lottery, what key governance innovations or strategic shifts do you believe the board should prioritize over the next 3 to 5 years to rebuild trust and ensure sustainable impact? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. As I said, I think corporate governance must be implemented. Firstly, the first principle of corporate governance says the accounting authority must lead with ethically, it must be transparent, and it must be able to report issues that might come up. And I believe that the NLC has established lotteries in Daba for engagements with the beneficiaries and the public at large. I think we need to strengthen that to ensure that we use the public to assist us with compliance. Because if you think about, or if you go around and you look at projects that are said to have been funded by the lotteries, some of them are not done. Some of them, I don't know when completion will ever happen, but if we link ourselves, if we link the NLC with the public, it becomes easier for the public to say, to raise noise and say, hey, this is what is happening in an area like this and this and this, and we are certain that finances are not necessarily used for the function that they were initially granted for. So those are the strategies that I would use. Also, data analysis and technology. You know, technology in the 4IR world has really moved so much that we've got systems that we can just plug in, or softwares that we can plug in the system that would really determine for us the duplicates in the systems, the fictitious applications in the systems, and the verification really that needs to be done. So I believe that stakeholder engagement and stakeholder forums, the indabas, would really change that element. Transparency. I believe that open data and open transparency assists in that, because once you are able to say to the public, these are projects that have been approved, and you indicate the outcomes of those projects, then, as I said, the public would be able to tell you, to say, this project is according to your report, this project is supposed to be here and it's not there. So I think, though, it's all-encompassing, using all the resources that we have. The NLC has introduced, they call it the ISO in bribery management. That's one of the other ways of addressing that, and it talks to whistleblowing, it talks to how you deal with bribery inside, it talks to management and how management should be acting professionally and not receiving gifts, I'll call them gifts at this point, from the public, because that is really collusion. So those are the processes and systems that I would utilize to try and address the issue that you raised, Honorable Member. Thanks.
I will now hand over to Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Also, thank you, Ms. Mpho Musing. I'm Muzi Khoza, a member of this committee. My question is, what measures will you propose to ensure that the NLC is effectively overseeing that grant funding for project is used for the intended purposes and has the desired impact on the surrounding communities? If non-compliance or underperformance within any projects are identified, what corrective or punitive actions should be introduced, implemented, or strengthened to address this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Member. I believe policies that HR policies need to be very clear. They need to have offenses in the schedule of that policies, so that if there is any misalignment or to the policies, that it is really stipulated to say these are specific offenses, and there's a need to prioritize those offenses based on whether they are lenient or they are really aggravated, or so there's a need really to prioritize the offenses and to ensure that once such misconduct is identified, there's a disciplinary action that is taken. There's disciplinary action that's taken, and those actions should should be, I think, reported on to the public to say these are the, especially depending on the sensitivity of the issues. So I think that would be my approach, including the verification committee that I spoke about, that I said I would propose in the NLC if I make it for this position. That would be one of the committees that I would propose to deal with the verification of beneficiaries and project outcomes, so that you see the difficulties that, honorable member, once you rely heavily on the report of management, it means whatever that is put forward is exactly what you have to deal with. You have no other source to verify that particular information. And without that verification, it means you will rely on, or you will also approve fictitious, hijacked NPOs and so on. And that would then be a cycle that just goes on and on and on. So I believe that that verification committee, based on the analysis that they would have to do in terms of applications that have been received, system reports, and any other reports that can be deduced from the system, would really assist to address the challenges in the NLC in as far as malfeasance is concerned.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Ms. Honorable Hlazo Webster.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's now afternoon to Ms. Mosing. Given the various challenges that exist within the NLC, which do you believe are the top challenges, the key challenges, the most significant, and how would you address them as a board chair of the NLC?
Thank you, honorable member, for the question. I think the top challenge is the misdirection of funds in the NLC. I think it's past 2 years with the SIU investigation, there's been recommendations that came from that report, and it's the implementation of that. And I think, as I said earlier, that I had on the interview, the current chairperson saying that there's funds that have been misdirected, and this was like last week, the 25th of November. It means these challenges are still carrying on. So I think for me that would be the priority, to ensure that funds are received by NPOs that really deserve to receive those funds, and to put in place control measures. I think financial control measures, because if funds are misdirected, I'm not in the NLC now, so I can't say to you the problem stems from this particular or lack of this particular measure. But what I do know for sure is that my experience in the Gauteng Liquor Board, there was almost the same. It's not like huge funds as per NLC, but it's almost the same issues that are there. And the measures that I used to improve in that year was to look at the data analysis that was there, and to verify that data, to ensure that whatever that I'm receiving as the head of that institution is correct and it's verifiable, and also looking at the risks that are there based on the data that you have, and setting measures that are corrective measures, for lack of a better word, to put corrective measures to ensure that the risks are addressed. So these are reforms that I have implemented, and these are the reforms that I would also implement in the NLC, because they have worked.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Honorable Langa. You have a follow-up? Okay, sorry, Ms. Webster, just a quick follow-up.
If there was resistance from the executive within the NLC, how would you handle that resistance?
Resistance on.
It's on the reforms that you speak about that you would want to institute as a board and as a board chair.
Thank you. I think for me is to engage with the executive. What are the challenges? Why do you not, for instance, why are you not happy with the reforms that are being proposed? And to also, I think communication normally and engagements normally, we find each other easier when we do that. So for me, it would be to assess that and to once, you are never going to satisfy everybody in an institution. Apologies, Chairperson and honorable members. I thought I'd switch this thing off. So those, I think to sit and chat and get an understanding of why there's resistance and providing reasons. I think when you provide reasons, it's like what Paja says, provide reasons why you are taking specific decisions. And if you have done that and you have explained and you have shown to executive management the benefits of taking that route and management is still resistant, then it means it's not management that should be in the NLC. They need to find a home elsewhere. So that would come with disciplinary actions should they not apply, for instance, such policy if it is adopted by the board. So, and it's to make sure that we are not lenient, because I don't know, it's just my belief, honorable member, that we have become lenient as far as malfeasance and fraud are concerned. I know the SIU reported that the members that are responsible for what has transpired in an NLC are still to be charged, criminally charged, and that's 2 or 3 years later. So I think being able to act as fast as possible, but at the beginning is to sit down and have an engagement and get to understand and be able to explain as well your position in as far as these reforms are concerned and explaining how they lead us to a clean audit.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Honorable Langa to ask his question.
Sorry, Chair, there was a follow-up on Honorable Webster's question as well, but just a short one before I come to my question, if the Chair allows.
You can do it. You can do both.
Ms. Mosing, how do you personally ensure that your decision-making remains objective and free from external influence, particularly in environments where political community or stakeholder pressures are intense?
Thanks, honorable member. I think you follow the NLC governance structures that are there. You have to follow the NLC governance structures. You have to understand the role. Well, I'll put it as my role as the chairperson of the NLC, and to implement the powers that are vested in the chairperson by virtue of Principle 11 of corporate governance, which requires that the chairperson oversees the finances, oversees high risk of the institution and fraud, as well as the financial management of the institution and ethical leadership. So that would be my approach, honorable member. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you very much. Then my question would be, considering the responsibilities of the role, can you share some examples from your past experience where you were required to make complex, unpopular or tough decisions? Please elaborate on how you approached the decision-making process and managed the competing interest in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I think my experience stems from the Gauteng Liquor Board, and I'm thinking, Honorable Member, how I want to phrase this one. I think there was a lot of resistance when I started in the board, and I think the measures that I took was to implement what was required to be implemented, and taking through staff, management, and the board through the audit findings that we had, because without understanding where the audit findings stem from, it would be difficult to address. And without the support of the board and the support of the staff and the support of management in itself, it would have been really difficult to improve the runnings, to put in place control measures. And I don't want to go too much into detail on this one, but as I said, the key thing for me was to convert audit findings into KPIs for management, and ensuring that there's reviews. We had monthly reviews to ensure that, because 3 months for me, I felt it was a long time given the nature and how the control measures were not there, were non-existent. So monthly and weekly were how I ensured that processes that have been proposed are implemented. And the result, Honorable Member, it's the 2018 annual financial report, which one, it was the highest collection of funds that year. 2, we had, by the end of the year, we only had 1 audit finding that was outstanding out of a number of audit findings. So that's the reforms that I used, and that is my experience, and that's what I can share with the committee.
Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to Honorable Dr. Gigaba.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you and welcome, Ms. Musing. You've spoken a lot about corporate governance, and you clearly have some good background in it. My question in this regard is, what would your role be as chairperson? And what steps would you take? I mean, what steps would you take in your role as chairperson to ensure that the NLC adheres to good corporate governance? You've mentioned glimpses of it, but I think what now perhaps you could do is to give us a composite picture of what steps you would take, what principles you would apply, and how you would ensure that the NLC, which has been dogged by serious corporate governance lapses, ultimately snaps out of it in order to restore public trust in the institution, first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Gigaba. I think corporate governance, I think for the chairperson, it's Principle 11. Principle 11 is the powers really of the chairperson in the board. And those powers require the chairperson to set out, for instance, a risk register for the entity, and to manage the high risks of the institution. I think linked to that also is the financial management of NLC, ensuring that reports are done on time, that liabilities are addressed, that income that is coming in is accounted for. And I think further to that is to address fraud in the institution, though that is the principle 11. And then you also have 1 and 2 principles that speak to the accounting authority leading an entity ethically, transparently, and with accountability. And those are the principles that one would want to ensure that are implemented. Also, the strategic strategy of the NLC, the strategic document of the NLC, and implementing those and the policies that are linked to that, and reporting to this House issues that may arise in as far as misconduct is concerned, and so on. And I believe, Honorable Member, that applying these principles that also link to Principle 13, really, which is the whistleblowing and protection of whistleblowing, and ensuring that whatever mechanisms that are in place are set and get to address any fraudulent issues that might arise. Those would be some of the things that the chairperson would have to really pay attention to. And reports that are coming in, I think I've said this, and it's coming out clearly that I am really reluctant to rely solely on management reports without being able to verify that information, because then it leads all of us to a road that we don't want to go to. So I think for governance, that's what I would put in place. You have a board charter, you have these are tools now that one would use to ensure that the board is managed properly. The committees that are there, your finance committee, your audit committee, and any other committees that would be there, they have the terms of reference that they work through and work based on, so that we don't get into the nitty-gritties and the day-to-day running of the institution that is left to management. So those are the principles that I would use. I think the last principle is that don't want to forget is principle 12 on transformation and the use of technology, to leverage my experience on that. I think I forgot to mention when I introduced myself that I'm in the 4IR industry in a private company, which is really a family-owned company and business, and we specialize in such softwares, and we are exposed to that. So application of those would really be an easy thing to lift credibility of NLC, linking it to technology as well as corporate governance, and PFMA, which is now the key act that deals with financial matters. I think the last thing that I want to raise as well is the materiality framework that is really critical. If we are able to assess the materiality of NLC, to say based on the liabilities and the assets, and liabilities and assets of the NLC, what is the percentage of materiality for us aligned to materiality framework of National Treasury? So those would be the corporate tools that I would use.
The last question, as you are aware that there are investigations that are going on there from SIU, SAPS, and other law enforcement agencies. Invariably, this has dented the image of the NLC, what strategies would you propose to rework on the brand that has been battered and in interacting with your stakeholders?
Thanks, Chair. I think open data, Chair. Open data, open information, reasons why certain decisions are taken, transparency, talking to your stakeholders and to the public, coordination with DSD, the projects and funds that have been awarded. I noticed in the current reporting, the NLC only reports the project, but it doesn't go into the detail really of the milestones of that project and giving information and clarifying as to how far those outcomes are. So that would be what I would do. And public engagements, I think to strengthen public engagements as well through the Indaba, as I said, and the stakeholder forums that we have. I think that those for now, Chair, those are measures that I would implement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo.
No, thank you, Chair. Hello again. Just briefly, the live draws for the National Lottery were abandoned. Do you have any knowledge as to why that would have been the case? And what would you do about that going in future? So the live draw system for the National Lottery, which used to exist, Smugelu, is it Nkosi? Who's the chap? Nimrod. We used to watch Nimrod Ngosi on ETV. That has been abandoned for many years now. Do you have any insight as to why that is the case? Because I think it speaks to the reputational challenge faced by the National Lottery in general now. And what would you do about concerns about that now being done exclusively online or through banking apps? Would you reintroduce the live draws, or would you allow it to continue in the current way as a mechanism to perhaps subvert the fears of reputational challenges linked to corruption, alleged allegations of corruption? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I think the question is, what is my view on that? Live draws. I think, look, I know that there's been reports, Honorable Member, regarding the lottery's results, for instance, as you mentioned, that there might be. And I know also that the current operator has come out clearly to say, look, there are no issues in as far as draws are concerned, the numbers that come out. And I know also that there's been an issue that only ABSA Bank players, is it ABSA or FNB? One of those banks is only winners from that bank are recorded in the system. At this point, I can't really give you measures that I would put in place because I would want to understand what the issues are. At this point, I still do not understand what the issues are because of what the operator said, which is that their systems are monitored, they are verified, they are tracked, and there's no collusion in the systems. So I would want to first understand what are the key issues on that before I can even venture into an answer. So for now, I will say it's something that I would put my fingers on. It's something that I would look at, investigate if I make it for this position, and come back to this House and report as to what are the findings and what mechanisms can we put in place and recommendations that we can put in place to, if there is any issues there, to
Thank you
address
very much,
those
ma'am.
issues. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you so much. Apologies, we couldn't even ask an extra question because of the sensitivity. It's time out, Mr. Chance. You're putting me in a very serious predicament because we are really trying to work within that specific time. It's
It just requires a yes or no response.
Okay.
I want to ask Ms. Masing, if you were to be elected appointed chairperson, would you be willing to subject yourself to a lifestyle audit and call upon other members of the board and management to do likewise?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sorry, we can't even ask you if you had any other questions or anything to declare, because I thought we were going to save the 2 minutes for you just to have concluding remarks, but we're trying to be fair and objective because all these proceedings are recorded. So we don't want someone says, no, if I had an extra minute, it would have made a difference, then it becomes a problem. Thank you very much. As I said, that we have concluded this process, and then subject to the verifications of those issues that I started with, we will then publicly communicate the outcome. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation to the interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you for the invitation as well.
Chairperson, I wanted to check, and maybe Andre, are they recording with the cameras? Thank you. Yeah? No.
Yeah, colleagues, let's be back at 2 o'clock. It's lunchtime now. We just try to shorten it.
Yeah,
Thank
lunch
you.
is served in Mark's Building's dining hall. So we need to be there before Opus 1 so that we can get lunch. And we need to be back at 2. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Memani. Thank you very much for making time for this interview. I apologize for the slight delay. You are welcome. My name is Honorable Mzwandile Masina. I'm the portfolio chairperson of the DTIC. I am with my colleagues who are members of the portfolio committee. On the other side, we'll all be asking you critical questions. We are trying very much to save time so that we don't delay further the other colleagues who are still here. But you must take your time to give answers as you are asked. And when you are not hearing the questions, you can feel free to ask the colleagues to repeat. Fortunately, those questions are written. Lastly, we are still undergoing the process of vetting and checking of qualifications. So that process is not completed as yet. So everything else we will do, it will be pending the outcome. So we just wanted to put it up front there. We've been telling all the candidates so that if it takes a month or whatever time it takes, we will have to wait for those particular results as part and parcel of the process. So I just thought I would briefly give you those undertakings. And then firstly, allow you just very briefly to tell us more about yourself, whatever that you think is critical in relation to the post. Over to you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Should I be closer? This. Okay. Good afternoon, honorable members. You have my name in your CV. I've got my CV there. And then I'm just gonna go to the question, to the answer as to why do I think I am the suitable candidate for this position. Point number one, as indicated in my CV, I know governance. I'm an expert in governance. Part of my LLM, a chapter, I dealt with corporate governance. And then I'm a legal qualified person, and the legal person is the one that is needed for this. And I've also worked in the forensic investigation. So I think I am qualified to can be the candidate for this position, and I'm a matured woman. I've experienced, and then I've served in various boards. And then in one board, I served as a deputy chair, and it was, an inaugural board that we started afresh. And then in the second one, I served as the chairperson. But I served in many boards, and then I exercise ethical and professional, leadership as an individual. I'm a leader in my own right, but I also work very well with a team. I collaborate with a team. I'm able also to listen to the members of the team, like the board members. I've got an eye, I've got an ear to listen. I'm also able to also share my ideas with the members. And the why, Chair, do I think I am the suitable candidate for this? I will start by saying, after reading, about the NLC, and then I've realized that there is one shortcoming. The NLC exists at a national level. It also has provincial offices, but it does not exist at a local level. So if I happened to be appointed into this position, what first and foremost I will do, I will lobby with with the board members, of course, and then lobby with the relevant, like the executive, the minister, and then that we sign a framework agreement with SALGA so as to ensure that we establish offices at a local level. And the commissioner can delegate powers to that individual or individuals who will be working at that level. And then that particular individual, for example, the first person who will be working at that, must be given a position of management so that the individual accounts directly to the national commissioner, give monthly reports as well as quarterly reports to the board. Because we can assume that the National Lottery is known. Yes, it is known, by people, and all what they know is just to play the lotto and then you win ama millions, and that's it. So,
No, thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh my
I will now allow the honorable member to, okay, before the honorable Langa.
No, apologies, Chair, for interjection. I think I didn't get to hear the candidate's name, and I think it's important, not just for us here, because we need to have that on record as well. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe your full names, ma'am. Apologies for that.
my apologies, Chair. I thought that I said my name is Nomazocho Yvonne Memani.
Thank you
As
very much.
indicated in my CV, and my ID number is the correct ID number.
Thank you, Mama.
Yes.
Honorable Mkutu.
No, thank you, Chair. I think the question has been answered by and large by Umamu Memani, but just for the record, maybe, and if she wishes to elaborate, the question is, please give us a background about yourself and how do you think that your professional background and competencies are essential for a chairperson of the board of a public entity to effectively fulfill its mandate and your mandate as the board chair. So the skills and your professional background in the context of the board, NLC, and your position, if you could get it as chair, how will they help the NLC to achieve its mandate? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated that my CV, speaks about me, and how will I assist the board, to continue with its mandate. Perhaps maybe my background, maybe, I don't know, Honorable Member, whether you want me to state the few things from my CV first, to just summarize it.
Please.
May I just, instead of getting straight, okay. In my CV, I'm a lawyer by profession. I've done a few courses with IODSA. However, I did also master's LLM, and then with the University of Salford in the UK. And as I've indicated, part of my dissertation, I had a chapter that was dedicated to corporate and good governance. So I think with those skills, it will help a lot to assist the commission, the NLC. I think it will help to assist the NLC. And I've also indicated that I also have a background, although it is not an academic background, but as a lawyer, we are all over. I dealt with forensic investigation, and then with that forensic investigation can also be able to assist, because as a person, I know how is the budget drawn, and then I know how to implement the budget, and then I know also the auditing. So those are the fields that I'm familiar with. So as the chairperson, I'll be able to see that the budget is like this, and then of course, because everything is not done by an individual, it's done by the board committees. And I've looked at the papers. I think NLC has got it has got a finance committee. It has also got an audit committee. So based on that, then I will be able also as an individual to be to lead, but also communicating with the chairpersons of the committees. I will try and set up a meeting with the chairpersons of the committees, because it helps a lot as the chair of the board to communicate with the chairpersons of the committee, so that you find out exactly what is happening at a committee level. And also as the chairperson, because I will be in the front line to communicate with the executive, the national commissioner and his or her executive. So I'll be able to communicate with them and also find out as to how are the operations of the of the entity going. And then as to, I've read a lot, but I think the current board has tried to correct some of the problems that existed in the NLC.
Thank you very
Because I
much.
think
Thank
there
you
has
very, yeah, thank you very much. We just trying to make sure that we can manage time. If you can just be brief on both technical and other explanations so that we're not too long. These questions are many, so, and let's just go through these questions. I will now allow Honorable Musikatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, ma'am. Based on your understanding, what are the functions of the NLC board?
Sorry, what are they?
What are the functions of the NLC board?
The NLC board is to regulate the lotteries, and then it's also to advise the minister, and then it's also to administer the NLC Distributing Trust Fund, and also to, to set up, the board has also got a responsibility of setting up the strategic direction for the management. So those are the functions. And then it also regulates, as I've indicated, it regulates all the lotteries, not only the national lottery, but also the other lotteries. So those are the functions of the NLC. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then, and the next person is Honorable Trin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Memani, for making yourself available for this interview. The question quite simply is, given the current proliferation of NGOs and NPOs and other groups that request financial assistance, what approaches would you recommend to support vulnerable communities while balancing the needs of the broader NGO sector and simultaneously closing the gaps of abuse as seen in the previous administration?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. And then what I think will be my approach in dealing with the question that you have asked, Honorable Member, of dealing with the NGOs, the NPOs, and also the vulnerable communities. My suggestion will be that the NGOs that qualify, of course, for funding, then they can be given the funding, but then at the end of the day, the NLC will have to monitor and see to it that the funding gets to the end user. It benefits the communities. And in my earlier statement, I stated that as the chair, I will also suggest that the NLC signed a memorandum of partnership with SALGA. And then by so doing, it will have to establish structures, not only employ a manager at that level who will be delegated powers by the commissioner, but also to see to it that the NGOs and the NPOs that benefit and the NPCs that are benefiting from the NLC must come from those direct communities. Like, for example, if, let's say, a community in KwaZolo, Esnqaku village, and then is intended, it needs a funding for a particular project, like, for example, a sports complex. NGO, if there is no NGO in that particular village, and then, of course, I know that the law also talks about the NGOs that have reputable standard, and then that there can be also a conduit, meaning the NGO can apply for funding in order to implement. It will be my suggestion that instead of that particular NGO to apply alone, it can try, that particular manager will be working at that local level, will be given powers by the NLC, educating the communities, and also inviting the applications and also assisting the communities to register their community-based organization, whether it's an NPC, NPO, or NGO. And then those NGOs can form a partnership with the NGOs that are of a high standard so that they transfer the skills to the local NPO. Because the critical problem in South Africa, whether we like it or not, our people in villages are living in poverty. They are living in poverty, and that there's a misuse of money by those who have access or who have knowledge at a higher level. And that will also assist, Honorable Member, to ensure that people, because from the village, every village has got graduates, qualified graduates, you know, with skills, but they are unemployed. So by doing that, by employing that individual from that municipality, will ensure that we also deal with the problem. I think there was a problem some few years ago where I think it was the government of the Western Cape or what, but I'm not talking politics now, when they were talking about individuals who were moving from Eastern Cape coming to Cape Town, to Western Cape. Of course, Western Cape is an urban area, and then in the rural area, there is nothing that is happening. So if you establish such structures at local level, there will be no need for individuals and even graduates or whoever to go to urban areas, because they go to urban areas and they end up being the victims of drugs, being the victims of alcohol abuse. We are living in a country where crime is so high, where our children do not have a vision of their future. All what they do, they graduate from there, a person ends up being an alcohol, being abused, and oh my God, sorry.
Abusing alcohol, yeah. Okay.
Yes,
understand.
sorry. My apologies, Chair. I'm just a bit nervous. But I think the honorable members, they get the idea of what I'm saying. So that is the problem. And the NLC has got a responsibility and a duty in terms of the constitution and the legislative mandate to see to it that it assists in ensuring that there is a better life for our people at a local level. So I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. I will now go to Honorable Chance.
Thank you, Chair. And
Just before Honorable Chance, Honorable Gigaba.
Chair, just a
Honorable Tring, if you can also put off your mic after the question.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. The panelist, as a governance specialist, will know that the board will approve a budget for operations. Now, in terms of your suggestions, in the short space of time, you've suggested that you will expand the offices of the NLC to every municipality, that you will employ youth and people in those offices. Where will the budget for this come from? And are you going to take money earmarked for community development programs and dedicate it to employment and establishment of offices and all the infrastructure attendant thereof?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Of course, the budget, and I understand very well how the budget functions. And my proposal is based on the existing budget, because in the existing budget, I know when you're talking about employment, you know, there's a dedicated funds that are there for the staff of the office. So I'm not talking to that at this point in time. But there are miscellaneous funds, and I am saying with the limited funds that the NLC has. And I'm not saying the offices must be in each and every municipality. And that is why I am saying I will influence that we sign a memorandum of understanding with SALGA, and then we identify municipalities, and then some municipalities we can also have individuals at is it district level? Yeah, I think at a district level. And also the funding of this, because NLC keeps on funding, and I think I will also suggest to the colleagues in the board is that the funding that we get, that we are giving it to the community, we must give the funding that will make the projects to be sustainable. Like, for example, let me make an example. I've just mentioned an issue of a sports complex. And then I mentioned an issue of a sports complex. If an NGO has applied to have a sports complex, that complex will be...
I think my question was answered. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. He's satisfied.
Oh, I'm giving example. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, he's satisfied. Thank you very much. I will now allow Honorable Chance to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. and Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Toby Chance, representing the DA. My question is as follows. Given the challenges that the NLC has faced in the past few years, which continue to compromise its operations, what mechanisms would you use to ensure that the NLC continues to effectively and efficiently distribute grant funding?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. And I think first and foremost, I think I've read, but it was also in my question, I mean, in my preparation, that, you know, what we'll need to do, besides digitalization of the grant funding that will be monitored in each and every step, because I think NLC has come up with the Tutuka, is it Tutuka? Yeah, the Tutuka, which monitors the funding so as to ensure that there's no abuse of funding at that level, at an application level, but also at an implementation level. It will be my suggestion that the funding should be given in not the 100% funding, like I think it was a weakness that happened at some stage. I just can't remember which NGO that got 100% funding, and then the money then the money was then abused. So it will be my proposal that the funding must be given in terms of, you know, the progress of the project, and also the community where the project is implemented, that the community must also participate and be involved. And the reason why I am coming up with this proposal of SALGA is to ensure that community members are part and parcel of that project. And then I've spoken about the sustainable projects, that you don't just give funding and then from there you leave. And then those projects, the projects that are given to communities will need to be sustainable. I will just make an example. Oh yeah, I've mentioned an example of, like, for example, a sports complex. If you build a sports complex in an area, the NLC grant funding for a sports complex that will cater for everybody, the age, even people of my age, can participate in that project, like introducing, you know, the elderly sports. You know, that will be, of course, mentally and physically tested, that the elderly people can participate in this. And that will also result into a competition at a later stage. Because I am aware that the competition has been removed. I mean, Section 54 of the Act has now been moved to consumer protection, the competition, those competition. So, but at the ultimate end, the board, the NLC board, is the one that monitors and also check the compliance of those competition. Because I think part of the competition will ensure that communities are self-sustained, because they will also be having money. I just want to make an example. Like, for example, if, let's say, okay, they get money, and then out of that money, and then the community can come up with a project. And secondly, I think the other idea that I will also sell to the board members is an idea of ensuring that when individuals are competing, because when you are employing that person at a local level and then with the powers delegated by the NLC, and then the community will also be able to use also other lotteries to ensure that they develop, that there's an activity in that community. So the other proposal that I will also make is that people must not only compete for money, and I will encourage that communities, rather than individuals, communities can also compete and then not compete for money. For example, if I can make an example, that they can compete in line, of course, with the facilitation of the NLC, that they approach companies that are doing the boreholes. We know there's a scarcity, not scarcity of water actually in South Africa, but there's a lack of delivery when it comes to water, and water is life. And then NLC can approach companies that are doing boreholes and drilling those boreholes and communicate that can you be able to donate or that community pay part of this borehole and drilling in your community, so that we see to it that there's a delivery in that community. And then when those communities compete, and then the one ward, for example, if it wins that, and then a borehole will be taken into that community with the drilling, of course, because you can't just leave the machine and then without properly drilling. And then you invite the Department of Water Affairs and the local government responsible for delivery of water and sanitation in that area, and then you involve them, and then they see to it that there's connection into individual homes, and then the community can also establish communal farms that can be later be commercial farms. And when they establish that, they can communicate with the local, checkers and whatever, and talk to them that at least as this community will provide you with these vegetables, cabbages, for example, you can sell the rest, but as the community we want to provide, because we are your consumers, and then we want to provide you with cabbages, and of course we know what is happening now with these chain stores. They've got their private farms and all those other things. So by so doing, we are trying to bring those chain stores to work with the communities, and also ensure that communities is also involved, because one, it will deal with the high unemployment, and number two, it will also bring activity in the communities. As I've indicated, in the rural areas, it's dry, there's no activity at all. There's no activity. People are running away from rural areas. They go to Johannesburg, they go to Cape Town in order to get a better life. And they end up being druggists, being alcoholics. They become all this range of funny things. And I must say, Honorable Chair, South Africans are not lazy. We are a nation that is proud. We are a nation that is a hardworking nation. I mean, we've proved it in all the years, in all the years that I've lived. I know that we are hard workers, but now we're perceived as if we're lazy. Right enough, there are grants that are given to our people today, and which has made our people to be dependent on these grants. I mean, we don't love that. I'm talking on behalf of the poor, of the poorest, because I work most of the time with the rural people. They don't, because the grant comes and then they use the grant, and then at the end of the day, there's nothing. So rather, those individuals who are receiving those grants,
Thank you. We're just chasing time. There's quite a number of questions. We're really trying our best to balance both. Honorable Tambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the candidate. Greetings, ma'am. No, just quickly, look, the board of the National Lotteries Commission is required to advise the minister on a lot of issues. Can you perhaps list for us what those issues are in terms of the National Lotteries Act, and which ones would perhaps be a priority for you to ensure that it's effective and an ethical institution? Thank you.
Yes, The minister, I mean, the board of the NLC is to advise the minister on various issues. Number one, also on the regulations, the board has got that responsibility to advise the minister on the regulations. The board has also got the responsibility of advising the minister on the utilization of the national NLC distributing trust fund. And then the minister, I mean, also the board, you know, when I was reading from the legislation, anyway, I've got my other perceptions. And then the board has also got a responsibility of updating the minister, I think giving the minister the reports, advising the minister on the distribution of funds, because there are DAs, the distributing agencies. I've got my own comments on that, Chair, but I don't want that comment to be judged against me when you are deliberating on that particular matter. I don't know whether should I say it, and then I will be protected. I'm just placing it to you, honorable members. And then it has also got the responsibility of advising the minister on the appointment, of course, of the commissioner. And then it has got the responsibility, you know, it does its judiciary duty and also the governance duty, the board, to advise the minister. The minister is the executive authority. I might have not mentioned all of them.
No, Honorable Tambo, follow up.
No, I'm interested, the personal perception. What do you mean by that? Or, I'm interested in hearing what you say, your own personal interpretations or perceptions.
Yes, but I've said so, and then I've said provided that cannot be used against me. I will say. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, no, I think we must protect you, ma'am. So if you are not sure about the personal, I think let's leave it. I would want to suggest.
Because I wanted to comment about the distributing agencies, actually.
Well,
Which the legislation.
but I'm saying everything that happens in the committee, it will be used. So I'm just trying to, in the spirit, because I don't know what you want to say, but if you say it can be used against, I can assure you that when we deliberate, we'll take into account everything that has been said. That's why the process is fair. I'm trying to manage time. So whatever you say, just know that it's going to have an implication, positive or negative, because it's an opportunity. Okay. There are 5 candidates. You are all selling yourself. You've got unique selling points. Maybe it's your unique selling point, but just you can't then say it can't be used, because
okay.
when we must deliberate, they'll go into that.
Chair, it's not a negative thing, actually. You know, as a lawyer, I'm just saying the legislation empowers the minister to appoint the distributing agencies. And for me as a person, I think that should be the task of the national commissioner. And then with the approval of the board and the minister. That's all. And it's not negative, Chair, but
Thank you.
I know, you know, the legislature, you know, I know in South Africa we are over-legislating some of the things.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mdluli.
Thank you very much. Ms. Memani, I just answer the next question. The Lotteries Act has given the minister, the board, or the commission the power to initiate research to determine the granting of funds for worthy good causes without an application process. This has previously been the source of corruption and maladministration that has been investigated by the SIU. In light of this, what measures would you have in place as the chairperson of the board to ensure that the process is fair, transparent, accountable, and ethical and ethically sound, while still supporting community development?
Thank you, Chair. I think the idea is not a bad idea, but then because the idea was manipulated and then it ended up used, you know, as a corrupt idea. But it will always be my advice that everything, you know, must follow the legislation. And that clause, it's also one of the clauses that I questioned myself as to why the minister, the board, and the National Commission can just take a resolution to fund a project that is of a good cause. and then without the application. It will be my advice that if there is such a fund, there is such an idea, and then an organization can be approached to make a proper application so that it goes through the proper processes, so that if anything has been found malice, and then at least the board and also the stakeholders will know that a proper facilitation did take place. And this goes well, Honorable Mhloli, I hope it's your surname. This goes well with what I have said of the NGOs who act as conduit for communities. And as I have indicated, that I would rather advise that whoever is working at a municipal level must advise the communities to register their own companies. Because to register a company, it's about 200 rand, I think, and it doesn't take more than an hour. And then that company can also be mentored by a bigger company, and a joint venture can be signed in that aspect. So it will honestly be my advice that even if such has been a sin, but rather than directly fund, then it will be advisable that the commission can approach the relevant company, of course, because I don't think such a project can just be done by any jig or whoever, and perhaps maybe it's universities or whatever. So that can be done through that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Briefly, ma'am, what measures will you propose to ensure that the National Lottery Commission is effectively overseeing that grant funding for project is used for the intended purposes and has the desired impact on the surrounding communities? If non-compliance or underperformance within any project are identified, what corrective and punitive action should be introduced, implemented, or strengthened to address this? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. I think what I will do as a member of the board, because I will not be working as an individual, of course, as I have made a proposition that you must take the NLC to the grassroots. So if you take the NLC to the grassroots, then the communities will know about their project, they will participate in their project, and then there will be minimum. If there would be any corruption, there will be minimum corruption in that sense, because the community will be participating, and also as the end user, they will also be benefiting out of that. And also, I think, as I have said, I've checked the documentation. I think the NLC now has established a tutuka that traces the money. And secondly, I think it has also got a division, the internal audit division, that also deals with the risk, that also deals with forensic, that also deals with IT, cyber crime and all those other things. So I think there will be slight, if there can be any corruption in this instance. We know the machines are controlled by individuals anyway. We are not robots, we are human beings. But at least even if there can be any corruption, the corruption will not be as much as it was experienced previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Khoza.
Thank you, Chair. I want to quickly do a check with ma'am as a follow-up, that given the historic misuse of lottery funds and weak oversight mechanisms, can you outline specifically how you will ensure that communities themselves become active monitors of the funded project? And what mechanism will you implement to prevent political and or administrative interference in this accounting process?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And then I will thank you, Honorable Khoza, through you, Honorable Chair. And then I think what will happen is, with the process, I think that has been set up already, because I'm not here sitting to criticize the NLC and also the endeavors that they've tried to deal with the corruption. So I am saying with the systems that they have put in place, and then with the suggestions that I am making of establishing those offices at a local level, we'll see to it that those offices, the NLC offices, will be branded LLC, and the NLC will be delivering its constitutional mandate of ensuring that the communities are respected, that there is a delivery, and then there is the whole range of things at that level. So the political interference, there will be a minimal political interference. You know, with the board that is entrusted with the corporate and good governance, it becomes very dicey. Not dicey anyway, because some of these things are talked some way. But then I think what will need to happen is to ensure that everything is transparent, because there need to be transparency in everything that NLC is doing, and then it must be effective and ensure that the communities are the owners of the project, because the whole purpose and my suggestion is to ensure that the communities must be the owners of the project. And that those projects must not be brought by foreign NGOs and NPOs to say, really, say we're bringing you this thing, and then please praise us, and then we'll call a meeting, and then you clap your hands, and then you go, and then you don't know what is happening next. And then the individual will be working there, will be educating those communities, will be translating and also sharing the information with those communities, so that the communities are the owners of the project. You know I came across some challenges when I was the chairperson of Riavaya you know, of similar things. So I've got an experience of how we deal with these things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Webster. No, member, because time is against us. I really apologize, my brother. Member Webster.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Memani. My question is around the challenges that have existed, the governance challenges that have existed at the National Lotteries Commission, which in your own thinking or from your own observation are the most critical, and which ones would you address first and how?
Thank you. The critical and the urgent ones, I have indicated that, you know, I think I am happy to see that the NLC has established an internal audit, which has got a branch of forensic, which has got a branch of ICT, as well as the branch of risk management. So those are the critical things that I think the NLC has managed to do. And for me, I will support that. And then if I will have to have some of the ideas, I think if I am appointed, then I will read more, and then I will have a better understanding, because I'm not from the NLC. I only read, I've never worked with the NLC. I only play the lotto once in a while, and because when I'm playing to support the community. I know that, you know, I'm not going to win, but at least I know that I'm sponsoring a project. And then that's how far I relate with NLC. So with the existing, because I was listening, and then when I listened, I looked at what was happening, because I think there was an audit finding in 2023, 2024 of the NLC, but 2024, 2025, I think they got a clean audit. But an organization, you don't only measure an organization about the audit. I think I must express that it's not only about the clean audit, it is about the delivery, because our people need delivery. Those projects must be tangible. They must be independent of political interference. They must be community-based. Those projects will need to be led by communities, not the ward councillors or the councillors. And that is why I am saying when we are taking, and also, you know, the framework agreement that will be signed with SALGA will ensure that there's no political interference. The ward councillor must do his or her own work and not depend and say on the delivery of the NLC and say, this is my project. I brought you this, what is it, the borehole machine. I'm the one. No. It must be separated because NLC has got also a duty of ensuring that it deliver a constitutional mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Webster. And then I'll go straight to Member Langa for your question.
Thank you. A brief follow-up on that. I'm glad that you mentioned your history with Rea Vaya, because the company, at the time that you were board chair and during that tenure, experienced serious governance and financial collapse. And seemingly you and the board were removed, and it's a decision that was upheld in court. Is there anything that you'd like to share as first of all, if you take any responsibility for that, as things that happened under your watch and under your oversight, and if there's anything you do differently, given that experience?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Member. And then taking responsibility, I think that's the thing that I will say at the end of the day, if I do take responsibility. But I think what I can say, what I've learned a lot from Rea Vaya, is that firstly, you know, in terms of governance, Rea Vaya is totally different. It's a private company that is supposed to follow the King 4 codes, but Rea Vaya was not. Rea Vaya, you know, was an associate, particularly the first Rea Vaya 1. And then the shareholders of that company were the taxi associations, not individuals, which I think was a problem, number one. And number two, their MOI. I stayed in Rea Vaya for 3 consecutive years. And I must say, Honorable Member, I was never expelled in Rea Vaya. I resigned. I resigned because I saw that the problems were just overwhelming, and also political interference has just become too much for me. Anyway, then it had, you know, 70% of shareholders sitting as the board members. And then the independent and non-executive members, it was only 30%. And every time when I arrived at Rea Vaya in 2019, that company had not had AGM for the past 3 years. I think they said the last time it had an AGM, it was 2015 or 2016. And then I said, we can't operate like this because we're a company, we owe it to CIPC to have these AGMs and give the reports. Then we had the AGM. There were problems there because these associations, you know, the reps, those individuals who sit in the board as the reps of the those associations in the board, they push their agenda. Sometimes they do not even care about the governance of their company, and the others even collude with the outside or external parties in order to get the money from Rea Vaya. Corruption. And I must say, when I arrived at Rea Vaya, you know, as the chairperson of the board, you are a signatory of the account. I said, there's no way that as the chairperson of the board, I'm the signatory of your money. No, I can't. That is first, number one. And I think that is why the majority of members kept on voting for me in each and every AGM. Because for you to leave a company, it's an AGM, they kept on voting for me. And then lastly, there was even another association, members of the association, shareholder, who even approached me and said, no, Chair, because you are doing so well, we've never had a chairperson for so many years. We had chairperson for 3 months, 5 months, they were leaving. So I want to give you my shares. 40% of my shares, so that you become a shareholder. I said, this is against the principle of King 4. For example, I can't be the chair, I can't be the shareholder and the chair and then this thing. This is your company. I'm just here, you know, to look after your project. I thought that that project was going to be successful, but unfortunately it could not. And then resulting into...
Thank you.
I was going to
satisfied.
court
Thank you.
now. I was going to court process. Should I?
No, we don't have much time. I'm now hand over to Member Langa.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And Sawubona Mama Memani. My name is Honorable Langa. I'm also a member of this committee. You know, on a lighter note, when you were responding and said you also play a lotto just to support. So I'm just wondering, if you were to be lucky and win, would you give the winnings away and say you were just supporting? Anyway, my question will be, considering the responsibilities of the role, can you share some examples from your past experience where you were required to make complex, unpopular, and tough decisions? Please elaborate on how you approached the decision-making process and managed the competing interest in this regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, my experience does not necessarily emanate from Rea Vaya. I've got an example from Rea Vaya as well that I will give, but I will also give an experience when I was the Deputy Chair of the Community Schemes Ombuds, the CSOS, because we established that entity from Norway, you know, as the board. The minister appointed us as the board. There was no staff, no offices, everything. And then after establishing that entity, we set up the committees and everything, and then everything started running. And then there were a lot of monies that were coming from the associations, you know, the community schemes members, the managing agencies, and also the community schemes that was coming into CSOS in the form of levy. It was millions and millions. And then in that, I was the deputy chair, and also I was the chairperson of the finance committee at the time. And then what happened is the executive, without the approval of any board committee, they took a resolution to invest money in VBS. And then when that thing came into our attention, and we must also bear in mind that VBS at some stage, it was a popular bank because many people were saying it is the black bank and etc. And then not knowing that the bank did not have all the required licenses to can fully run or deal with the investment. And then when that resolution was taken, and then when that matter happened, because we were just informed that, I think I got the information from the chairperson of the audit committee who called me and who said, are you aware that we have invested money with VBS and VBS is in liquidation? And I got shocked, and then we had to call an urgent meeting, and then when we required and asked the then CFO, let me say the executive of what has happened, then we realized that there were no satisfactory answers. And then what we did, then we established an investigation. And then out of that investigation, and unfortunately because our term, my term, for example, was coming to an end because I was serving the second term. And then that investigation, anyway, it came before we left, and then which cleared the board because there was no such a resolution. But the worst and the painful part that made me notorious was that that money was not even invested at VBS, but it was invested in FNB on the account holder called VBS. Account holder called VBS. And then I became so unpopular in that board because I said, we want to know who are the natural persons behind this. And I said, if let's say there are board members who are part of this, and then we need to institute criminal charges, and we need to check, and after checking, we need to deal with those individuals immediately. We don't have to go to court. A member will need to deal with the member immediately and open criminal charges against those individuals, and also open whoever, you know, because I think there was sort of a collusion in that. So I became so unpopular, and I was the darling of everybody in that.
Thank you, Mama.
But then, okay, the
Honorable
Pirate
Kikaba.
Oh.
We are rushing against time.
Thank you, Chair. The question that I have for for Umamumeman is, as the issue of corporate governance in South Africa has come under sharp spotlight at different phases of our country. As the chairperson of the board, you will be expected to be the leader of the NLC in ensuring that the NLC complies to corporate governance and through that builds public trust. What will be the steps you take to ensure that the NLC restores a solid culture of corporate governance and builds a strong legacy of corporate governance so that it does restore public trust, and going into the future, it can avoid many of the pitfalls into which it has stumbled?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As you are reflecting, Honorable Kikaba, thank you very much for the question. To restore the corporate governance, and for me, it's not only corporate governance, because corporate governance can also be manipulated, and it can also be used for corruption. But for me, it's corporate and good governance, not only corporate. Must also be corporate and good governance. And then for me, as an individual within NLC, how will I ensure that corporate governance is restored in the NLC? Is to ensure, firstly, that there must be transparency, because that's what is important in every organization or a company, that there's transparency, the financial management, that there's a proper reporting. There's a proper reporting to the board of financial management, because the critical and the most deliberate and also the unfortunate part is the money that is being abused in all these entities, particularly the entities I was saying particularly in public entities. So for me, will be ensured that we instill and set up proper board committees. And then those board committees that they report into the board, the chairpersons of the board committees also meet with the chairperson of the board and discuss, before the board meeting, and discuss with the board chairperson so that everybody understand what is happening. And also the chairperson must also have a right to can communicate and meet with the executive so that the chairperson understands what is happening in the company. Because what happens, in most MOIs, you find that the board only meets once in a quarter, and then in a quarter, you cannot grasp everything that is happening in an organization and think that you can instill corporate governance. For example, if I can make an example, at Ria Vaya, what happened is, because there were boards, and then I was meeting with the chairpersons of the committees, everything seemed to be fine, and then until I asked the executive, I said, "Executive, please, can we just have a meeting, myself and yourselves? Tell me, I'm looking at your budget, I'm looking at your accountability, I'm looking at what you are presenting to the audit committee. There's something that does not sound. What is happening here?" And then until, because in every institution there are those good employees, until somebody came to me at an executive level to say, "Hey, Chair, we have a crisis here. There is this and this and this," as you have been asking these questions here. And then I had to summon the CFO and then ask relevant questions. And then at the end of the day, one had to, through the board, of course, resolution, we had to suspend some of the individuals. Because you find that, there's a company that is paid for communications. This company, is on retainer of 100,000 every month, doing nothing. And then if it does work for 30,000, it will get that 100,000 plus 30,000 on top of that. That was the worst corruption that I ever experienced.
Thank you, Mama. The last question. The image of the NLC has been damaged, what strategies can you put in place to restore the brand NLC? Very briefly, because we're left with a minute
Okay,
now.
thanks. I think there's a process, Chair, that is taking place. Like I'm saying, I will need also to commend the existing board. I think there's a process that is taking place of ensuring that the systems are put in place to ensure that, you know, you build up the image of NLC. And I think what I will do, it's nothing that will be different from what is happening. I will not, if I'm appointed as the chair, and change everything. I think I have indicated here earlier on that I am impressed now that there's an internal audit that has got these structures. You know, the risk management is one of the key issues. Sorry, the forensic audit, it's part, the ICT, it's part. So I think that, you know, I will just build on what is happening at an LLC level. And then I will add, you know, once I am there, then I will familiarize myself and then I can make some innovative suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Chair.
We don't have much time. We're trying to make sure that we stay within the limited time. We will communicate with you as soon as the outcome has been deliberated upon the receipt of the 2 reports that we're waiting for vetting, as well as the confirmation of the qualifications. And we will publicly communicate the decision of the committee after following all due processes. And thank you very much for making time to come today.
Thank you very much for inviting me to come for these interviews, Chair. But in the interest of time, I will not ask whether will I be given an opportunity to ask questions. It's fine. I will not ask questions in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very much,
Much
honorable
appreciated.
members.
Thank you. We can get quick tea, I think. Tea. Is there tea outside? No, tea. I was saying to the lady for the official fingerprint and stuff. Yeah, let's move 2 more. Please. Well, let's grab tea quickly. It's going to be a working tea, unfortunately. Are running, I think, 30 minutes or so late. You are welcome. My name is Mzwandile Masina. I'm the portfolio chairperson of GTIC. I am joined by my colleagues who are members of the portfolio committee. They are seated on the other side. Just before we proceed, we are currently busy with the process of vetting and checking of qualifications for all the 5 candidates that were shortlisted. That process is currently underway. As soon as it completes, it will further enhance the work that we are doing. We have decided to start the process, and we will take things from there. So we are not going to be making a decision until those reports are back with the portfolio committee for consideration. I just thought I should start there. I would like now to wish to give you just a very short moment to introduce yourself, and then I will then allow the members to ask you relevant questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tembinkosi, surname Bonakele, and I'm not sure, Chair, if you want a long introduction or that is enough.
Maybe just a brief on, just a brief in relation to the position you've applied for. Whatever that you want to tell us.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am a lawyer by training, and I hold an LLB as well as an MPA degrees. I currently consult in competition law in particular, as well as organizational development and strategy. That's what I do day to day. And I also serve currently as a member of the board of the National Lotteries Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite Honorable Mkutu to proceed with the question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Lufefe Mkutu, and I will be asking the first question. And maybe you've asked the first part of the question in terms of your professional background, but if you wish to elaborate, to link it with the second part of my question, you are more than welcome to do so. And my question is as follows. Please give us a brief background about yourself, and how do you think that your professional background and competencies are going to help the NLC to achieve its mandate, and what you think as an if you are appointed, you could use your skills as an NLC board chair to ensure that the NLC achieves its mandate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Member. I am very familiar with the regulatory environment. I have in the past served as the Commissioner for the Competition Commission, which is the regulatory body for competition in the Republic. I've done that work for a period of about just under 10 years, 9 years to be exact. And before that, I came through the ranks at the Commission.
Sorry, Chair, maybe can you just move closer to the mic?
Sorry about that. I came through the ranks of the Commission as a Deputy Commissioner, as the head of mergers and acquisitions, as well as a general senior lawyer at the Commission. So I'm very familiar with regulatory authorities and the need really for regulatory authorities to apply their regulations in terms of the law independently, and also to be effective. So I consider myself as quite a competent manager. As I've said, I've managed the Competition Commission as the head. I consider myself as an effective leader. I've led the commission, and I lead with effectiveness and integrity. I think also just my legal background is also very helpful. I have found that the lottery environment has a lot of intricacies that require one to understand the legal frameworks that govern it. I think that my background does enable me to be able to do that. I also think that I should highlight that I've not just been a professional for its own sake. There are things that I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about the development of this country and its people. And throughout my career, I have been involved one way or the other in advancing not just my career, but have always been alive to the impact of my work, whether this is as a labor lawyer, representing largely labor in the past, or as I said, the commissioner of the Competition Commission, where I think, showed quite clearly through my work, my commitment to ensuring that there is fairness in the market and that the markets work for people. So I think in summary, I think I've got both the professional preparations for this, as well as the passion for the difference that it makes. I may just close on that question by stating the obvious, that I'm quite familiar with the National Lotteries Commission, because I currently serve as a member of the board there, and I think I don't need to elaborate much about that.
Thank you very much, Member Tambo.
Thank you very much. My name is now Tambo. I'm deployed to this committee by the EFF. Would you say your legal background adds value and enhances your interpretation of the National Lotteries Act?
Precisely, yes. I think that legal training in general, I think, would prepare one for this, but legal training in particular and experience in regulation has prepared me to be able to interpret both the legal text, but also the intention behind that, the purpose, because regulation has a purpose, and I think my legal training has prepared me for that.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Musukatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon. I am Honorable Sophia Musikatsi, and I've got only one question to ask you. Based on your understanding, what are the functions of the NLC board?
I think the first, probably primary, is to regulate the national lottery. The second, and for me, closest to my heart, is to distribute grants to deserving public good. So those are if you like, the two pillars in my view. Obviously, there are things that are stated that are not less important, but they come, I think, really underpinned by these two pillars. So, for an example, the board naturally would need to appoint the operator of the national lottery, would need to advise the minister on both the law and policy governing the national lottery, and so on and so forth. I think the other thing that I have learnt occupies members of the board of the National Lottery is the appointment of its leadership and oversight over the entity. This is both to ensure that it operates effectively, it must have good management, it must have good leadership, but also that it does its work, which is to regulate and make sure that the grants are distributed to deserving causes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. It's Wayne Thring, member of the committee. Given the current proliferation of NGOs, NPOs, and other groups requesting financial assistance from the NLC, what approaches would you recommend to support vulnerable communities while balancing the needs of the broader NGO sector, while simultaneously closing the gaps of abuse seen in the previous administration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's quite a, I could give a very long answer to that, but I'm going to try and summarize. The first thing is to focus on being proactive. There is a lot of reliance we place on a call for people to apply, and they would be given grant on a first-come, first-served basis based on their applications. I think that's got its own place, but I think that we need more targeted grant funding to deserving causes. And I've raised this within the NLC. Let me just give you an example. We know the communities that are worst affected by social ills, including poverty. So for us to issue a call for people to apply to, say, run an early learning center or to put up school sporting facilities, you just end up having the person who is most informed. And often that would be the person who actually is privileged than those poorest communities. But a more targeted approach would lead you, there's data from Stats SA on the poorest areas, you would go and facilitate the establishment of an early learning center there proactively. We can utilize partnerships more effectively. We know that there are organizations that are already working in some of these areas, and those are the people we don't need to wait for them to apply. I mean, there are even public institutions like universities or colleges in some of these areas that really can extend our reach and presence. So that's the first thing that I think is very, very important, is just in addition to applications, you know, the orientation of South Africa is you must advertise, and, you know, and this is how you ensure fairness, and I'm not against that. But we end up, in this instance, losing a whole lot of people. We know the poorest school. We must just go and support it. We know the poorest community. We must go and support it. The second thing that I think this helps with, besides getting the limited grants to the most deserving, the second thing that this helps you with is you eliminate actually these incidents where bogus people go to communities and facilitate that and offer themselves to facilitate applications. So we've had in KZN, for an example, a person specializing in facilitating application by early learning centers, and their sibling is specializing in facilitating applications for sports clubs. These people were like behaving as imposters, as though they are somehow agents or staff of the NLC. Actually, we didn't need them. And if we were able to go straight to communities, we would be able to fund without them. Or we could be having partners who would serve as aggregators, who would bring together these communities and deserving causes and enable us to reach them. So I think for me, that is the most crucial thing that needs to be done. The second one, I think we have to address the capacity to distribute funding, whether that is efficiency of the staff that is responsible for distributing grants, and availability of people. You see, the grants are distributed through the distribution agencies. And those distribution agencies must be appointed by government, by the minister. And sometimes those appointment processes, when they are delayed, as it has been the case in the recent past, you have a delay in getting those grants going. So I think that entire system needs to be relooked, in my view. I think it's bureaucratized more than it is necessary. I think there is excessive bureaucracy in the processes themselves, and even accountability on how you actually distribute the grants. And that's a combination of both management, but also some parts of legislation that I think are problematic. So I would say that those, for me, would be the key things that I would consider important.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Honorable Chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Toby Chance, member of the committee. My question is as follows. Given the challenges that the NLC has faced in the past few years, which continue to compromise its operations, what mechanisms would you use to ensure that the NLC continues to effectively and efficiently distribute grant funding?
Thanks very much, Chair and Honorable Member. I've already alluded to what I think should really preoccupy the board, which is to ensure that, firstly, there is competent management, but secondly, that it monitors that management does what is supposed to be done. Apart from the statutory functions of the board, which I have mentioned, I think those two are very, very critical. The third one, and you've referred to challenges, is to, of course, deal with this issue of corruption in the NGO sector itself. And that, apart from the work that investigation authorities do, such as the SIU, which they must do, apart from that, I think there is a need to set the tone within the NLC itself, because in a way this is involves people outside. To be able to do all of these things, they need collaboration with people from inside the NLC itself. So part of what needs to be done I think is really to focus on the culture within the NLC itself, that you attract the right people, people who want to serve communities, who understand what that means, but also to have zero tolerance for fraud and corruption. And I think once you have that culture within the NLC itself, it is also easier to enforce it in your partners, because the NGOs are really our partners. We had an Indaba last week with NGOs, and one of the things I did say at the Indaba is that the NGOs themselves must isolate bogus people and organizations. They must read themselves, because amongst their ranks are people we know are diverting funding from deserving public causes to their own pockets. So I think that there is that work that needs to be done within the NLC itself, and then there's work that we need to do outside, including advocating for communities to take charge of their own development and make sure that they own the NGOs, because a lot of the NGOs are owned by individuals. They are like really commercial entities sometimes. So working with communities, making sure that if someone is saying we have a food garden, it's owned by the community, it's not owned by an individual, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chair. The board is required to advise the minister on a number of matters as prescribed by the Lotteries Act. If you could just quickly outline what nature of matters are those that the board is ordinarily required to advise the minister on, and which of those do you think is most strategic?
Well, first and foremost is to make sure that there is an operator of the National Lottery. So the appointment of the National Lottery, I think, is probably one of the most important advices that this body has to give to the minister. The second is in relation to the effectiveness of the system, because policy can help improve the effectiveness and efficacy of the system itself. So I think it's very important that the minister gets that feedback from the NLC on what improvements can be made. I've spoken at length about the distribution of grants, for example, as being a very important and core to the work that we do. And if there are improvements of a policy nature or even legal, legislative nature that are needed, it's important for the board to be able to do that. I would consider those to be the most important.
Thank you very much. There is just a follow-up, Member Webster, and then I'll come back to you to close it because it's your question.
In your view, did the current board, how was the performance of the current board in advising the minister about the aspect which you believe is the most strategic, which is the appointment of the operator for the lottery?
Yes, it is. This matter has preoccupied a lot of time from the board side, and from preparing for the bids themselves to preparing a very lengthy and complicated RFQ to creating systems for that. It's actually quite a complicated exercise to have a system that can ensure the integrity of the process, that would allow a free flow of communication between the NLC and the applicants so they can ask questions, and guaranteeing the fairness of the process by creating structures that would look at the bid, whether it is the evaluation committees adjudicating the bids themselves, and generally helping the minister throughout the process. So the board has done all of that to my satisfaction. I think it's been effective. It's important to remind members that in the end, this is all advice. You know, the minister must still apply himself or herself and exercise a discretion as for the final decision. But I'm very happy with the advice that the board continues to give. Similarly, on the grants, the minister received a lot of advice. I want to say pressure, but you can't really pressurize a minister, but you know, encouragement that the minister must appoint all the officers that are needed, such as the distribution agencies, because that was really hampering our work. And I'm glad that he has done that. So I'm quite happy with the work of the board.
The last follow-up from Member Tambo.
Oh, thank you. So you said that your legal training assists you not only in interpretation of the law, but also interpreting the purpose, right? If I got you correctly. What is your interpretation of the purpose of Section 13(2)(b) and IV, which speaks to political office bearers? So the prevention of the National Lotteries Act seeks to prevent the awarding of the national operator's license to political office bearers. What is your appreciation or interpretation of the purpose of that specific section? And do you not think that it is deficient constitutional? I'm asking you based on your legal training or your legal background now. Do you not think it is deficient in its current form, as it does not necessarily prohibit intermediaries of office bearers, be it family, relatives, sisters, brothers, daughters, children, from possibly acquiring the operating license of the National Lottery? Yeah, that was my question.
Quite clearly, the intention is to prevent having a situation where people use their political positions to benefit from the National Lottery, broadly speaking. And I don't know if I should venture an opinion on the other complex part of this, namely, how wide should this go? And I don't think it only applies to the National Lottery. I think that there is a debate, and that's always there, about, you know, what are the rules saying about family members of politicians, you know, and we all understand the complexity that family members also must be able to make a living. But I think that a lot of people accept that there would be restrictions. There would be restrictions in the politicians themselves. I think the courts have even said that that extends to the spouse sometimes, that, you know, there must be limitations on the benefits that the spouse can get. There must be restrictions on what the spouse can do, a spouse of a political office bearer. But the question, Honorable Member, about how far these prohibitions can go, I think is a complex one, and I don't think I can fully address it.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite Honorable Mdluli.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bonagere. My question is, the Lotteries Act has given the minister, the board, or the commission the power to initiate a research to determine the granting of funds for worthy good causes without an application process. This has previously been the source of corruption and maladministration that has been investigated by the SIU. In light of this, what measures would you implement as the chairperson of the board to ensure that the process is fair, transparent, accountable, and ethically sound, while still supporting community development?
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, you might have picked up my support for a more proactive approach and research-based grant funding enable us to do exactly that. But there are problems with research-based funding, as you rightly point out, Honorable Member. The first one being corruption. And I think we can't throw away the baby with the bathwater because there's corruption, then let's do away with it. I actually think that we should be doing more of it, but making sure that there are safeguards. One of the simple safeguards is to make sure that you have checks and balances in the systems. You know, no one person must be able to make the decision. There must be appropriate structures, including structures that would have oversight, including ongoing audits and things like that. So I think you can do that, and also increasing the levels of transparency, I think. You know, so all of these things, I think, can help us to address the issue of corruption, which is not just limited to the national lottery. The other thing is to also not lump things as research-based funding, because actually targeted grant funding should not just be based on research. As an example, responding to emergencies, whether it's floods in the Western Cape or KZN, that's emergency. And there ought to be a different way in which we look at emergencies. And the processes, including the checks and balances for an emergency, cannot be the same as research-based funding. Because you don't need to necessarily research an emergency. An emergency just means you should be able to respond. And there also, there are things that we can anticipate. We know that the weather presents some significant challenges, the floods and so on. They are recurring year on year. There's no reason why we cannot have appropriate panels of emergency responders that we can fund. And through a transparent process, we advertise, we appoint them. We know that there are communities without water. There's a big demand for drilling of boreholes. There's no reason why we cannot have a transparent process of appointing a panel that's able to do all of that. Of course, it means more work for the NLC, you know, but that's what this demands. So I would say that you know, it's the safeguards, and there's a myriad of them, and there are many areas where we can learn how we can improve the transparency and making sure that there is no opportunities for corruption in research-based funding.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chance, you've got a follow-up, and then immediately Honorable Khoza.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to your answer to that question, in your CV, you make mention of your preventing the largest merger in South African history. I'd like to get information on that. And the reason I ask you that is that it seems to me that you have very much a hands-on executive interventionist, I might even say, impulse. And do you not think that this presents a possible challenge? Because this is a non-executive position as chairperson. It's not an executive chairperson. Do you not think that there may be a problem with your being able to resist interfering with the work of the commissioner and the executive at the NLC?
Maybe I will start with the merger, because for that one I was very much in an executive position, and so we blocked that merger as the commission. Obviously, I played a central role in it, And that was an attempt by Sasol to buy the engine operations in South Africa, including the service stations. And that would have created a humongous monopoly, especially in the inland region, and would have squeezed out a lot of other oil operators, because you know our transport logistics for taking fuel to inland are quite complex with the pipeline and so on. So the economics of the inland region, I think, forced that we block that transaction. There's lots of studies that have been done about it, but I can tell you that everybody I've spoken to or studies I've read have affirmed that it was a correct decision to make. The issue of executive versus non-executive, I think is quite important to be self-aware about. I don't suggest that I'm perfect in drawing that line, but I think it's one thing that one must always remind himself of as to what is the line. But I'm sure that is not to mean that you can let things go wrong because you don't want to interfere. Because oversight in some ways does include sometimes dating your hands to make sure that things that should happen, happen, and things that should not happen, do not happen, so that you are able to account in bodies such as Parliament. So I would say that my approach, and it's not for the first time that I'm in a non-executive position. I'm currently in a non-executive position at NLC itself. But it's a constant question that one has to ask himself or herself about these non-executive positions vis-a-vis the accountability that one holds for the entity that they exercise oversight over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Muzi Khoza, deployed in this committee by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Mr. Temikosi Bonagele, what measures will you propose to ensure that the NLC is effectively overseeing that grant funding for the project is used for the intended purposes and has the desired impact on the surrounding communities? If non-compliance or underperformance within any projects are identified, what corrective or punitive actions should be introduced, implemented, or strengthened to address these things?
Thank you very much. I do think that, so what has been introduced now is that every application that the NLC receives, there is actually someone who goes and checks if there is indeed the organization that has applied exists and if the project exists. So that has been done. But I think what also needs to happen, in my view, is a regular impact assessments. That the grants are not only going to deserving causes, but actually that they are making a difference, that they are achieving the intended purpose. And I think that's a separate function we need to create. That's the need, that's the capacity we need to create, particularly where there's significant investments through grant funding. The second thing that is that I think is important is to support NGOs, because I think it's okay to check on whether they do what they are supposed to do and policing them. But I think also we need to capacitate them, especially in communities where the need is greater. So for an example, we require that they must do their books, that they must have an accountant who satisfies their annual financial statements. They must do reporting, including doing applications themselves. And this is something that I have also raised internally within the NLC, that I think more and more work is required so that we don't treat all the NGOs as though they have the same capacity. We know that there are national NGOs that have existed for years. They have the capacity. But there are also, people who are trying to organize themselves, especially young people, people with disability. We can't use the same standard for all of those. I think we need to create that capacity to support those people in order for them to be able to comply.
Honorable Webster.
A quick follow-up. The question had been about corrective or punitive action taken. There were some periods during your tenure as commissioner at the Compensation Commission which were under scrutiny. They were under, forensic or financial scrutiny. Are there any corrective actions or punitive actions which you took during that time to correct some of what was coming out during that period?
Actually, what was coming out during that period, I can explain it. It was mainly, really what it was a debate about the functions of the commission, if I may put it simple. I had a debate, for example, with MPs about how far they can go in asking questions about ongoing investigations. When we raid firms, often we would get questions about that. And that led to who are the lawyers that you are instructing to do this work, which then goes into procurement questions and how you did that. We had this debate with National Treasurer as well as the AG, because a lot of the Commission's work needs to be done in secrecy. So covert operations, by their nature, you don't advertise them. And so there would be questions about how did you select the lawyers who go and ask, who go and apply for a warrant. Of course, we don't advertise that we are going to seek a warrant. How do you select a forensic company, an IT forensic company, that is going to go with you as you rate the firm to take the content of the electronic devices? Of course, we don't advertise that. And so what triggered that was actually an AG finding that was irregular. And so there was a call that this must be probed and so on. But all of those matters were resolved because we explained to the AG. I actually met with the AG himself, and I said, this is what we are doing. If you want us to advertise, then we will never raid firms. It's defeating the purpose. We can't pre-announce that we are about to do a raid. And I think the AG understood that, and Treasury was very, very helpful in clarifying that to everybody, including the AG. So all of those matters were not in a way your classic malfeasance, but were actually debates about the powers of the commission and what it could do or not do.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Honorable Hlazo Webster.
Thank you. My question, and I think it's good that in this instance you are in the board yourself now. What would you say is the biggest challenge for the National Lotteries Commission at the moment that would get your priority if you were to be appointed as board chair?
It's got a few challenges, but I think for me, it's currently the capacity to distribute grants more effectively. I think the organization has been built, and I think we are now at a stage where we really need to be effective in grant distribution. So a real look at that entire system, the efficacy, the time, for example, it takes from when an application is lodged to when disbursement is done. I think that is still a challenge. But the second one, which I just want to mention because I actually don't necessarily have a solution to it, is there's just not enough. There's just not enough money for good causes. And you are always going to have that challenge and people complaining that we applied and we didn't get the money. This is just a reality.
I will now invite, or before Honorable Langa, I will just give Honorable Chance a moment.
Yeah, just a very quick question. I think you raise a very important point there about not enough money. Do you think the ratio of the amount given to winnings and the amount given to good causes needs to be adjusted?
I would be careful. I mean, I haven't thought about that, but I would be careful because the winnings are the ones driving people, to go and buy tickets, and we see this when the jackpot is very high, hundreds of millions. That's when you generate a lot of revenue because people buy a lot of tickets. So the winnings are very, very important, and for me to answer that, I would need to have done a very good study, scientific study of the impact. I think, I think that there is a sort of equilibrium that experts will tell you exists between, the level of winnings and players are willing to play for the majority that will give you the revenues you are looking for. So I would be more careful about that. There are other ways of increasing the revenues. There's big debates, for example, about online gambling, scratch cards. Again, you want to be careful because you also don't want excessive play. People who don't have using their last cent in taking a chance. So I think all of these are things that are on the table. But there's always another side of the coin, so to speak.
Honorable Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Baba King, Babonagel. My name is Togozani Langa. I'm one of the members of the committee. Considering the responsibilities of the role, can you share some examples from your past experience where you were required to make complex, unpopular, and tough decisions? And please elaborate on how you approached the decision-making process and managed the competing interest in this regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
In my experience, the work can be complex, but actually the most complex thing are the people. And so a whole lot of difficult decisions often relate to people, whether it's about disciplining them or motivating them, and so on. And so I think the example I can think of now was when COVID hit and there was a national shutdown. We actually saw many abuses in the market in prices for PPE, including some of the food stuff that was used at the time, garlic, and so on. The staff of the commission, like everybody else, was at home. And they were used to working in their normal units. Someone is doing mergers and acquisitions, someone is investigating, cartels and so on. But firstly, we had to recall them from home during COVID. Actually make it a rule that people must come back to work. And also to change their focus, because when COVID hits, you don't continue with your APP. Actually, your APP becomes irrelevant. People must do what needs to be done. And in our case, it was to look at the prices, sometimes physically going to the stores themselves and look at the prices of masks, sometimes going to buy the product to actually see. This was not work people were used to. This was not the usual kind of economic analysis that they like to do. It was very basic work, but also requiring their presence physically, but changing their reporting lines completely. And I always am a firm believer that people are reasonable. So I called a town hall meeting of all staff virtually. And I said, guys, this is what is happening in the country. We were seeing like increases of 1,000% in things like masks. And do you guys want to sit at home and watch, or can you do something about this? So, firstly, it was engaging. But secondly, people actually got excited, especially when we started getting the first cases. So we got a prosecution in Pretoria of someone who was selling a sanitizer, a local store. He was the only one with a sanitizer. Normally, you will never apply abuse of dominance provisions in a localized store. We prosecuted a case, a local store, for abuse of dominance. And we found a case precedent from Chicago in the 70s during the oil crisis that actually said, if you are the only station that has fuel and you increase prices excessively, that's abuse of dominance. So people got excited with just what we were capable of doing, and that started motivating them. So I think we excited people from an anxiety of fearing going out and contracting COVID.
I think that's sufficient because we are running out of time. Honorable Dr. Kigaba.
Thank you, sir. The issue of corporate governance, has been quite well canvassed in today's discussion, and you've expressed an opinion, your opinion on it from various angles. You know that in South Africa's state entities, it is a crucial question, not only for your big state-owned enterprises, but for all state entities, in particular the NLC itself, in which you are a board member. Now, were you to become the chair, what steps would you take to improve corporate governance? What would you do different from how the NLC has currently been functioning? It's come under very severe public scrutiny. So what would you do different in order to improve public trust in the entity? Thank you.
I think one of the things that I've already mentioned is just increasing the levels of transparency. So transparency on how applications or requests for funding are adjudicated, and actually educating the members of the public who are potential applicants or actual applicants on the structures that exist, including the appeal processes within the NLC, or review processes within NLC. I think from a grant funding side, that's very, very important. I think we also have a need, I think, for more. We have a relatively small board, and I think that there are committees that I think needs enhancement, even if it means we get other people, things like social and ethics. I feel like it's an area that can be greatly and significantly improved, because the work of the NLC is to make a difference socially. And I think a committee like that needs to be prioritized from a governance point of view.
Thank you very much. The last question from me is that through these investigations that have been going on, reputational damage has been done. What, if you are appointed as the chair, would you do to repair the brand NLC to its stakeholders and bring back the trust in terms of the actual work that the entity was created for? Thank you.
For me, if I can just again expand my response on targeted funding. This should also include flagship projects. I think there are good causes that people will generally be happy if they are supported. And they will give us publicity, positive publicity, but they will also give us the impact. So that's what I would do. So my prioritization would be to really identify those, again, through a relatively transparent process and an inclusive process, to say, you know, what are the top 3 causes that South Africans would really want funded? A process of some kind to identify that. And I think that will do us a lot of good.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the interview. We appreciate you making time for this interview. We are still going to deliberate and make our recommendation to relevant authorities upon receiving the outstanding vetting documentation as indicated. And then we will publicly communicate the decision once it has gone through all the normal processes that it has to undergo. But for now, we are grateful that you have come to this particular interview and would like to take this opportunity to thank you and wish you well. Thank you. To this important session where the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition is looking to appoint the board chairperson for National Lotteries Commission. Thank you for honoring our invitation to this panel as one of the 5 candidates whom we have interviewed today. Before we start, I would like to bring to your attention that we are currently busy with checking academic qualifications, vetting processes due to our normal processes, and we currently do not have the report backs for all the candidates. However, the committee did take into account that those issues delays, we can proceed with the work of the portfolio. So all our decisions are pending those reports. They will have a major influence over and above the actual interview that will take place on the outcome. So we just thought we should bring that to your attention, and then once that is done, the committee will publicly, as we have been following the due processes, will publicly pronounce itself on its preferences, having followed all due process, internal processes of Parliament. I will now wish to offer you an opportunity to introduce yourself in relation to the post you've applied for. Over to you. If you can just speak closer to the mic, Advocate. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Lufuno Tokyo Nevondwe, a graduate of Bachelor of Laws, LLB, and Masters of Law, LLM, and an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa, and practice as such since my admission in 2007. In terms of the experience relating to the position, I'm currently the chairperson of the National Lotteries Participant Trust. I've been in this position. I started as a trustee on the 1st of May 2016. Towards the end of 2017, I was appointed as the chairperson till to date. The role of the National Lotteries Participant Trust is to protect the winners in the lottery game and those who play lotto using advanced play, who play before the actual game itself. Also protect the National Lottery Distribution Fund and all the role players in the lottery game. In this position, since my appointment, we have received a clean audit opinion for 9 consecutive years. Since my appointment, we have been sitting on a clean audit to date. In terms of the gaming experience, I'm the council member for Films and Publication Board, which regulate gaming. So I've been a council member since 1 September 2010 to date, which is over 15 years experience in the gaming sector. So it's 9 years in the lottery sector and over 15 years in the gaming sector. In a nutshell, Chairperson and honorable members, this is my experience with relate to the position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Mkutu to ask the question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is indeed Lufefe Mkutu, and I'll be asking you your first question. And the first question is, and I think that you have covered the first part of my question, which is your background. But what I would like to know as the second part of my question, that given your professional background, what are the skills and competencies that you think you have that can assist in the role of the NLC chair in achieving his mandate, but also of the NLC in general in achieving its mandate? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. I'm part of the ecosystem in the lottery sector. The trust acts as a go-between between National Lottery Commission and Ituba Holdings as the licensee. So as part of that ecosystem, the oversight of the National Lotteries Participant Trust is provided by Ituba Holdings as the licensee and also National Lottery Commission as the regulator. So I'm fully aware where the NLC is as we are speaking. I'm aware of all the developments. In terms of the audit opinion, it's sitting at unqualified audit opinion with material findings from the last financial year as an improvement, moving from a qualified audit opinion from the 2023-2024 financial year. So I've read those material findings, and I believe that based on my experience, I will be able to ensure that I provide oversight to address some of those findings. I've read the challenges which the NLC is facing, and I believe that through my governance experience, I will be able to make a meaningful contribution to ensure that NLC is sitting at a clean audit opinion and is also addressing some of the socio-economic challenges which this country is facing, especially the issue of poverty, the issue relating to funding disasters or priority projects of the country. I'm also aware of the good work the NLC is doing in terms of grant funding, which I will also make contribution in that area. I'm also aware in terms of the mandate. So I will make contribution, and also the value of the license for the 8 years period. I'm understanding where we are, which is below 500 billion. If I'm appointed, I'll make it a point that maybe we increase the value so that we fund much of the projects as identified by the National Development Plan, poverty, inequality, and also contribute to job creation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo. Just a quick one.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very quick. My name is Nao Tambo, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I'm going to ask you two questions. So I sit on the Portfolio Committee on Communications, so I've got some familiarity with the Film and Publication Board and what it is currently and historically going through. I'm going to ask two questions. You've got membership of 3 institutions. You are the board chairperson, independent trustee, the National Lotteries Participants Trust. You are a council member on the Film and Publication Board. You're a board member on the South African National Space Agency. I want to know whether, if you were to be appointed, you intend to maintain membership of all 3 of these institutions. And I think the second question is that I'm aware of the crisis that is going on in the Film and Publication Board, and it relates to your past leadership positions and the one you're currently still holding now in the Film and Publication Board. As to what do you make of a lot of the uproar regarding what is being described as organizational deterioration in the Film and Publication Board, not necessarily under your specific leadership as an individual, but the council itself. Because we're told there are high attrition rates there, we're spending a lot on legal fees due to people saying they've been harassed, due to the institution being taken to court, people taking the Film and Publication Board to the CCMA. You've been part of that institution as a council member since 2010 to date. Would you care to explain to us what exactly is informing a lot of what is going on there, the suspension of the CEO? Because I think it speaks to what type of character and culture you're going to bring to the National Lotteries Commission as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. I'm aware of what you have raised and some of the parliamentary questions which the entity has received recently, which we have responded to as the collective of the FPB. The FPB is a well-run organization. It's run effectively since my appointment in 2010 to date. Nothing have changed, even on the new leadership. The issue is that when you apply consequences management, there will be those staff members who are not happy when you apply consequence management. The organization has been going through a lot of challenges in the past 2 years. And those challenges are issues which were raised by staff themselves, the union, and also all the staff members who have written a lot of letters to the council and raised several matters relating to governance, especially the relating to management of the FPB. And we have investigated all those allegations through a law firm, which is reputable, and the report is out. There were findings, and there were also recommendations, which as the council, as the accounting authority, we acted on those recommendations. It resulted in the disciplinary processes to be leveled against the former CEO. And at the end of the process, he was found guilty and dismissed, which was confirmed by council in consultation with the minister, who have approved that dismissal. There is also ongoing disciplinary processes which is happening on the staff members. Some are concluded, some are still pending. And part of those who are being disciplined, they are raising some of the grievances, which unfortunately, from the accounting authority, we are not allowed to interfere on the work of management. We can only provide oversight. So the disciplinary processes which is happening now is on the level of management. So we only provide oversight when reports are presented to us. So we are not involved as council. We were only involved on the disciplinary processes of the former CEO, since we appoint the CEO in consultation with the minister.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite Member Musikatsu.
Chair, the first question wasn't answered. Does he intend to maintain membership of the three institutions as a council member or chairman?
Yeah, thank you. My term of office from the FPB is ending on the 22nd of April 2026. I have not reapplied, so I have not applied for the reappointment, so it will end next year. Even the membership of the South African National Space Agency is also ending next year, end of August. Even the one I'm also holding from the chair of the National Lotteries Participant Trust, because the license of Ituba has already expired and they are now on an extended one-year license. So the contract is going to end of December.
Thank you very much.
Next year.
Honorable Musikazu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate. Pardon me if I cannot spell your surname correctly. Advocate Novondwe. I've got one question for you, and the question is as follows. Based on your understanding, what are the functions of the NLC board?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Based on my understanding, the functions of the NLC board is to advise the minister with regard to the lessons of the National Lottery. The other functions is also to safeguard in terms of Section 51 of the Public Finance Management Act, is to ensure that the safeguard or ensure that there is proper financial management, internal control, and also accountability in terms of what they do. They also protect the interest of beneficiaries of the National Lottery, which is the aspect where I am in the National Lotteries Participant Trust. They provide oversight in our work. Part of the other work they do, they regulate the National Lottery, sports pools, and also other lotteries or societies in terms of lotteries, in terms of the Lotteries Act as amended. They also deal with what we call grant funding in terms of funding the non-governmental organizations, non-profit companies, and they also deal with what we call proactive funding, especially when it relates to good causes. If there are good causes based on the research, because whatever they fund, they must do research. Their funding must always be informed by research. And whatever they fund, there must be impact, there must be value-driven, especially on the side of beneficiaries. So in the nutshell, those are their responsibilities in terms of the Lotteries Act and also in terms of the PFMA and other presently, and I will continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chance.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just one final question, Advocate Navondwe, is should you be appointed, would you be willing to subject yourself to a lifestyle audit within 3 months of your appointment? And would you also extend that requirement to members of the board and senior management of the NLC?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will be willing from day one to be subjected to the lifestyle audit because that is at the heart of ethical leadership. Must always lead by example and promote ethical culture. So I will be willing and I'm prepared to do that for the sake of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the meeting. We really appreciate you coming through and we apologize for the delay. And we will come back to you to conclude. Once we've concluded, it is going to be a public announcement that is going to be made after all due processes have been followed. Thank you very much for your time. I'll request members of the committee to remain just for 5 more minutes, just on procedural issues beyond this, as the candidate leaves the room. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we must apologize. It's very hot here, but you've persevered. It's been tough.